fighting countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A soul right of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to this Valence League Div 1 quarter final between 752 and Blue Sky Eagles. My name is Middlecott, and I'm going to be joined by Melvin Izzle to break down this series.
We have got a fun one coming up for everybody here today. We have got some pretty cool styles, I will say, as you always get when you watch some Valence League, have to admit it, but there's always some abstract things you look at and go, okay, I'm excited to see it, and I've got a fair few of those that I want to look at today.
So if we're talking about that, as we're going to be jumping into Champion Select fairly soon, are there any players, are there any picks that you really want to keep your eyes on?
So for 752, I want to look at the bans most importantly.
Mm.
Ratboy consistently had Samira banned against them for basically the entire split. Something that I imagine, now that we're in a best of 5 series, we may actually see left open, and you can get that kind of experimentation going where it's saying, hey, as BSE, can we beat this? Because if we can, we don't have to ban it for the rest of the series. Suddenly a big win.
Suddenly, but I don't think they're really going to be looking to beat it in lane, because Anri hasn't been playing these champions that can go toe to toe with someone that does have early strengths like the Samira. They're much more likely to play something like an Ezreal or dip into the more supportive pool like the Soraka and the Seraphine, and really be a big tool for their team come late game fights.
Speaking about the late game fights, the attention has to go over to Goob then for the mid lane of 752. Their Victor is their most played by far, pretty consistently in the maybe banned, just barely let through, because they usually, teams that are played against them, ban out things like the Orianna, the Seraphine, these also utility mages that work very well with Saras in the jungle.
Yeah, and I'm hearing a lot of crossover in terms of the picks talked about. I'm really playing Seraphine could be something that Gubex wants to go to as well. But looking across the other mid lane of Valence coming out for BSE has been one of their more carry oriented players and has played a wide range of styles. We're talking about Orianna, we're talking about Corki, Irelia, Yasuo, Kale as well. So they really put a lot of emphasis on getting this player into good positions where they can carry.
I think that Kale is one we do need to talk about, because when it comes into this kind of team that likes to dive on top of you with picks like the Samira, Saros, liking things like the Olaf and the Nocturne in the jungle, realistically, if you have Kale who can get to late game, suddenly you can just kill everybody that runs at you. These aren't champions that scale notoriously well. Samira does quite nice in the late game, but will still get battered around by Kale, considering that once they have those empowered auto attacks, those go through the wind wall.
Yeah, and there's basically not much that you can do, but you can ban the Kale away, which is what 952 have chosen to do. There comes the Victor in response. Fairly expected so far for this pick and ban.
Have to see how it starts to develop to see if things like that Samira do get taken away, because it is one that I think, frankly speaking, if you're playing against it and you're not ready for it, it can get rough pretty fast. You need to be very coordinated, have point and click CCs. And we do see actually it's the Kindred and the Viego taken away too. Very good jungle carries at the moment focused out.
Well, and jungle carries is the name of the game for off-meta jungler, also known as Taco. They don't like to play anything tanky apart from the Nunu, which they're very proficient on, so I would expect to see that banned as well. It's going to be the Lucian instead. Obviously, got some changes coming up in the next couple of patches where they're going to be bringing him down into the bot lane, but still a very potent pick in the mid.
Makes me think that they're looking for that Orianna potentially on first pick, or at least first rotation. Still a relatively safe champion. She's not the peak where you could pick her into anything and laugh at them. Lucian being one of those bands you really want to get rid of because they can harass you in the lane. As it looks like right now they are hovering on the Ashe at the moment. We'll see if they pivot and they will lock it in for Ratboy.
Yeah, I mean, this could always be a proxy pick, but I do expect the Ashe when you're looking to go a little bit more towards the mid side in terms of carry. And important to note, the Samira actually wasn't banned, as we've got an instant lock-in Sona Jin Zhao here. Now, Taco has been spamming the Sona in solo queue, but I don't think that's going towards the jungle.
Could be some kind of flex around, maybe moving players about, because this Sona is a champion that, with this recent rework, she's kind of in an unknown state right now. They've been pretty hit hard since they lost a lot of that power when they were used as a bot lane main carry. We do have the Nautilus picked up now for 752, which I really like as an answer, because regardless of how strong Sona is, she doesn't do anything if they're knocked up in the air.
Oh, with the Ashe as well. Like, there's so much CC and damage in that bot lane already. You can't use an OP champion if you're dead. And Blue Sky Eagles might be feeling that a little bit. Last pick here in the first rotation coming out. It will be the set. So I'm expecting to see this one go towards Salty Croc, who we have been seeing on a lot of these weak side picks.
Usually picked blind, gives a lot of the priority over to their mid and jungle later on, which allows them to look for counters. The Xin Zhao is already locked in. I highly doubt that's going anywhere but the jungle. It can be played in lanes, but isn't likely, as we do get a hover onto the recently nerfed but still very strong Tahm Kench.
Yeah, so tell me about the Tahm Kench set matchup. Is this something that Blue Sky Eagles are going to be happy that they've got?
I will put a little asterisk on that, saying that there is the potential that we do get Tahm Kench Sona bot lane.
Ooh, yeah.
That was one of the original pairings that allowed Sona to really abuse people, but assuming it is in the top lane for this matchup, Tahm has the range advantage, they have the slow on the queue, so outside of the minion wave, they can dictate every trade, but as soon as you get in amongst the minions, Set can usually go for quick trades, get a lot of auto attacks, a stun in, and then walk it away. The only issue is if it becomes extended, Tahm Kench will almost definitely win those in 9 out of 10 situations, just because of the massive numbers this champ has.
But then, if we're talking about team fights set with that showstopper dunking a Tahm Kench onto something like a Soda, which is very squishy, could be bad news for BSE. We didn't see either team go for a mid lane pick, so that pool is starting to get focused a little bit more with the Syndra and the Seraphine removed. Could see an Orianna taken away by BSE here, although they might leave it up and have a counter planned.
Would like them to get rid of it if they don't have a plan. Yeah, you're definitely on the right path there. When you have things like this Sona, who Orianna just outranges, you kind of need to get rid of it unless you have a specific counter pick like an Azir or something that can come in later and outrange her. Good plan there, and we do now get the Irelia taken away from Villance. That is going to be one that pretty much bullies most of the mid lane champions that exist, and considering that Goob usually goes towards these control mages, makes perfect sense.
Oh, Anray with the Anivia lock-in. Now, you usually see this going towards the mid lane, could still go there, but Anray really likes to play this champion in bot lane and mid. So I think you mentioned it earlier, talking about BSE potentially moving around their players. I think we might see that this game.
Is looking like it as of current, as that will be a pretty sadly Sin hover. They did get a few
Mm,
nerfs on this patch with the W Omnivamp going down by half at first
yeah.
level. It is rough in lane. In jungle, not as important because the
Yep.
jungle item helps you keep full HP, but skirmishes and fighting power really, really hurt.
But it does mean that 752 could still flex it into mid lane, although we wouldn't necessarily expect that on this patch. Malzahar would be pretty nice here, would neutralize the mid lane. Instead, they opt for the Corki, so matching the scaly of the Anivia.
I think that makes sense. You outrange them. The issue of the Malzahar into the Anivia is that she can chuck down the icy floor, and you can't really walk over it to ult them because the slow means that they can always decide if there's a gap between you. Corki, a lot more consistent with the damage late game, but does not offer the same utility in the mid game. We will get a last pick Ezreal now. So, what we thought the Sona could be a potentially wacky bot lane pick, it looks like it will be a standard bot pairing with the Ezreal.
But it's not the players that you expected. Will be Amri in the mid lane. Valence dropping down into the bot lane role. And it's a bit of a departure for Daleca. You usually see them on stuff like the Alistair, the Braum, the Rakan. These champions that are a little bit tankier can go in, deal some damage, but recognizing the strength of the Sona on this patch, choosing to pick it up for themselves.
To make a long story short for the Sona changes, they effectively just made so all of her abilities cost less mana, removed her mana regen from some of the different parts
Mm.
of the passive, and now, whenever she hits you with stuff and whenever she uses her abilities, air quote, as intended, she'll get more and more stacking ability haste that will, in the end, make it so she can just chuck out these abilities in the late game like they never stop going. It will be a non stop concert in these team fights.
And it could be music to Blue Sky Eagles' ears because they have drafted a lot of scaling. Ezreal as obviously does a lot of damage when you get later into the game. Tahm Kench is going to be pretty unkillable. But 752 definitely matching them in that respect. Ash, maybe not the highest damage ADC that you can go for, but Corki absolutely one taps people once he gets a few items under his belt.
And one of the questions I always like to look at whenever an Ezreal is locked in is what tools do the enemy team have to actually access them?
Hmm.
And I would say 752 got quite a few. The Corki being able to counter poke with the ult, Ashe and Nautilus ultimates are enough said, and then Lee Sin does always have the ability to get behind them and look for a potential insect. So combining everything on there, it's going to be a tough game for Valance later on.
Yeah, and it's important for me, especially at this level, that that's reliable engage. You don't want stuff that can easily go wide and is a bit telegraphed. Nautilus ult, point and click. Set ult, point and click. Ash arrow at a certain distance is pretty much point and click. So could see a villain's opt to take the cleanse here, as there are so many tools for 752 to get on top of them.
Does have to be said though that because they locked in that Tom Kench on first rotation, does a lot for them in the team fights, especially if Tom is almost playing kind of with the clump and not necessarily as a big front line. It means that Salty Croc won't have the option of being able
Mm.
to ult the Tom into the backline because they're looking for picks onto these Ezreal the Anivias. But if Tom eats them as the depth charge is coming after they've been hit by the arrow, it's effectively redundant, and then they could kite it out with the power that this Anivia will offer them around objective fights later on.
Yeah, the massive shield as well basically becomes unkillable as soon as you get devoured, which feels a little bit counterintuitive, but we'll deal with it. Looking towards the early game as we are getting through this spectator delay at a rapid pace, Lee Sin versus Jin Zhao feels like two junglers that want to get stuff done as soon as possible.
Now, Lee Sin was having the better end of this matchup, but I haven't seen it particularly with the nerfs to him, so I don't know how much it swayed. One of the reasons that Lee Sin was able to get away with it was because they would jump in, trade with Xin Zhao, and then be able to hop out. And it'd be really committal for them to actually follow because you'd have to dash in, and that means you're potentially dashing over a wall that you don't want to be committing to.
Yeah.
Things like that that made it so the trading pattern usually went in Lee's favor. Now, you don't get the same amount of Omnivamp when you do jump in for the initial trade, so it's going to need to be a lot more calculated engages from Saros, and they will get caught out a lot more if they go in and are not prepared for how much they can not heal anymore, especially once they pick up things like the Gore Drinker later on.
Well, and then you look at the mid laners as well. Corki isn't really going to be contributing that much to the 2v2, where Whilst Anivia is a scaling champion, she's got stuns in her kit and a surprising amount of early damage if we see Amrei opt for the electrocute. So in terms of mid lane 2v2, which we're still expecting this to be the Corki versus Anivia, I'd have to heavily favor the side of BSE.
Gonna note that we do have the exhaust on Villance's Ezreal. You were talking about the likelihood of them taking cleanse, but decided to opt away from it. We do have Ratboy, however, taking it, which makes a lot of sense when you're against the Sona ult plus the potential Anivia Q that at the moment hasn't been confirmed whether it's going bot lane or mid. So it's the kind of thing where it's a bit of a precaution, means you have less skirmishing power without the heal, but is something that they're saying, all right, I'm primary carry. I've got to keep the game constant until Goob can actually start pumping out damage on this Corki, so it's better for me to be safe in these fights and not get jumped on by the follow-up.
Is there a particular positioning that you'd like to go? I mean, we've seen Ezreal mid cropping up a couple of places, not really cemented itself into the meta. Obviously, Anivia traditionally is played in that mid lane role. Could you see them being moved around?
It's definitely feasible because when you have a Sona, it kind of enables a lot of other champions to exist because if you don't take the best trading pattern, she can just heal you back up. You do have the heal on the Sona, so it means regardless of who goes down there, you still have at least one combat sum between you. So it is definitely possible. Plus, has to be said, if they do send a Nivea bot, it's a really bad time for Flash on this Nautilus because every time you throw out a hook, it gets walled and it is a depressing experience.
But obviously, you are going to be getting less experience, so that ultimate isn't going to be leveling up quite as quickly. We are jumping into game fairly soon. I'm paused on 10 seconds right now. Just have to confirm with our producer and my wonderful co-caster Melvin Izzle that we are all ready to go. So if our
Ready
producer
indeed.
could just give us the countdown. We are onto the Rift. Welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone else to game one of this best of 5 Div 1 quarterfinal between 752 and BSE. I'm excited to get underway.
Whichever team takes this one will be heading up to the semi-finals. So here's an important one. There is no losers bracket. You have to win this one if you want to stay in the competition. Right now, I would say neither team has shown anything particularly out of the ordinary. Just waiting to see that that is a confirmed Nivea going mid because, you know, you could
looks
play
like
the
it.
mental tricks. You could show them here and then rotate it to bot. I've seen all these kind of strats before. I believe it.
Taco just taking a little bit of an auto attack in the face. Gets that ward down in the picture, bro. So no invades can come out from 752. Game one in a best of 5. I feel like this is fairly standard. Don't take any unnecessary risks. You don't want to be inting the series in the first minute.
Starting off with good mental for the first game is always important. It sets the tone. I believe that just generally speaking, if you win the first game of a best of series, you put yourself in not only a winning position just because you have the lead, but the pressure goes entirely onto your opposition. And now we do have actually 752 looking for a late invade. They have walked over a ward, so we're likely to see the counter jungling come out after the fact. Not really much an Ezreal Sona can do to safely harass off these three. So wise to back off, but it's a nice little way to start off the game and potentially throw Blue Sky Eagles for a loop.
Yeah, Soros looks like they will continue on this bottom side of the map. So do have a split situation. Does this benefit either of the teams for you?
I would say being able to isolate the bot lane is pretty good for 752. When you have this top side, you're fine playing either Set or Tahm Kench as a weak side lane, frankly. Like, you're okay with both from walking back. This is aggressive. Does force out the smite. I like that as just a way of scaring them off. Could have backfired horrifically if they decide to get the trade, because that would have been a Sona walking back lane on half bar, but does pay off for them, and is going to mean that now you can see on the other side of the map, Taco on this Zinzao is going to be able to take both camps, whereas we only got one from Saros on the Lee Sin. So if they do end up going for it, then pretty good response from Blue Sky Eagles and kind of shifts up the amount of benefit that you get from it.
Yeah, level 3 on the Xin Zhao now is opted to go in for these wolves. Could have chosen to go towards the top lane and get Yankin snowballing a little bit. But like you said, getting weak side on both of these champions is not too bad, as Homganch is taking a lot of damage there. Sorry, Croc definitely flexing his muscles on the set.
Level lead is used every ability chuck down and no real response without having that grey skin to heal up. Underneath the tower, it's pretty difficult to make a play on Tahm Kench, as they're going to eventually be able to just shrug it off after a while. And most importantly, I would say no big CS leads emerging so far. Mid lane being the only one, but that is a wave pushing under tower, so it should equalize a bit.
Wave pushing under tower for the Salty Croc as well. Not opting to go for a cheater recall just yet. Moves down into the river and grabs some vision as we see Saurus actually go back into the red side jungle to pick up the wolf camp that they left earlier on. So counter jungling in perhaps not the most optimal way, but stealing away stuff is always nice.
It also desyncs the timers from the Gromp and the Wolves, meaning that now it makes it a lot more difficult to come off of the base and clear one camp to the other, because now it's disjointed. There's going to be a good minute timer in between the respawns of that Gromp and Wolf camp, which kind of just dissuades coming bot lane, which is really what you like when you have this Ashe Nautilus who want to be pushing up, playing aggressively, looking for trades. And now the only issue is if this Xin Zhao could get the gank off here, I'm looking, Taco definitely can get it down. They will force summoners if they get the W.
Yeah, the slows come out though, as Saurus is also in the area. Meanwhile, we've got trading very heavily in the top side of the map. The ward hop forward lands the Q onto Villance, who's taken to half HP. The slows coming out from Ratboy, but they're not able to quite get the damage done. Ends up just being a trade of health bars and nothing more.
I believe that Delca did have to flash away from a Nautilus hook beforehand though, so is going to be a benefit to 752 in the end, and also looking at how the junglers come back onto the map. It does mean that because of that early take on the Gromp, they will be able to collect it now for Taco, so they aren't going to be hurt too much as mid lane trading continues.
Yeah, passive still available, I believe, for Anri, as they fall into a little bit of a CS deficit. But my, look at top lane. Yankins, after taking that very poor early trade, has really brought back this lane into his own control.
That's the thing when you have two of these relatively self-sufficient champions. Oh, I like this as a play, though.
Well, that's a very nice stand landing onto Goobex. Off-meta jungler is in the area, forces the flash away from the Corki, but follows under the tower and picks up first blood. Saurus going back in, trading very aggressively with the auto attacks. One more hit will do it. And it's traded back onto the Lee Sin. The flash forward with the cripple, but it doesn't quite take down Anri. Here comes the teleport from Yankins. The Anivia is in egg form. The jump forward, the tongue lash comes out, but Flash is in the area to protect his jungler and stop him from going down.
Good reaction from both teams right there. The top lane of Yankins managing to save their mid laner, who was getting chased down. We did barely get the egg popped in the end right there after getting the Q once they got the cripple slow. So it's going to be a relatively even trade of summoners. It's just the fact that now we have seen exactly where Saros is on this Lee Sin. They showed themselves, which does hurt them quite a bit, but we do have both junglers looking around this bot lane Scuttlecrab, but it will go over to Taco because their bot lane was there. Due to the fact that Flash had to come help this mid lane play, they are going to lose out on the crab. The question is, do they die for it, though?
All they could do, Flash with a flash forward as Dalkar is caught in no man's land. Goobex will pick up the kill.
And even with the healing nerfs, you have your team here, so this will be the Lee Sin securing the dragon. Ocean, very good first dragon to get. It means that all these lanes get a bit extra sustain, and considering in the bot side you are the Ashe plus the Nautilus into two ranged champions, being able to shrug off the healing means that Flash will be more healthy for looking for the full committals as the lane continues.
But even as that said, it's not a massive lead gained from 752. Still relatively even on gold, actually behind. So haven't blown open the game with that. And if we think about the scaling, does it favor Blue Sky Eagles?
I was hesitantly thinking about this in the champion select, and it kind of depended which role the Anivia and the Ezreal went into. And the reason for that is, I think that I'll give it a moment.
Ooh, Villance, one more Q would take down the Lee Sin here.
Ooh.
As it hits, that came from nowhere. As he's bot back over the wall, very happy with himself.
Well, thank you for that, Villance, because it demonstrates the point. If Ezreal gets ahead in this game, there are good answers, but I think that generally having the Tahm Kench, having the Anivia, means that Blue Sky Eagles do get favored as the game continues. However, and it's a big however, 752 are not without options, and their side lane pressure is pretty good.
Maybe not, as that's the Devour immediately onto the Salty Croc, lands the ultimate onto off-meta jungler, still has the flash, hasn't used it, and will not be forced to. Trade of ultimates in the top lane.
20 CS gap in the top side is going to be noticeable on the next recalls. Have to take a look and see what what the items end up getting picked up. But what I was going to say there is, it's really big for jungle pressure, because you can see now, every time a top crab comes up, if they want to look towards this Rift Herald, Taco always gets first response, as we do have actually, Goob is trying to press them off of the Rift Herald. Looks like they're going to scare them for the moment.
Succeeded, yeah, but Goob is pretty lonely in the river. If Amray moves over, then they could get collapse off, but the Corki will just back away, ceding the Rift Herald over to BSC.
And the thing that you have to say is that in the mid lane, they were losing XP. Oh, no. Okay, you could call that a net win for Goob then, actually, is what you could say at the end of that. It was not going to be a good play for them, but the fact that the Rift Herald does get the reset means that now losing half the minion wave of XP in the mid lane for what is effectively 30 seconds of two people's time on the enemy team, that's a worthwhile trade.
It's a W. It's a W. It's not been too bloody, though. First 9 minutes of this game, only 4 kills. I think both teams are just trying to find themselves in this series. Obviously not coming out as the top seeds from their respective groups. Definitely have flaws, definitely have weaknesses, but trying to avoid those getting exploited.
You have 752 on the blue side as their second seed, going 3-1, only losing to the undefeated Aeon Gaming. And Sky Eagles were 2-2 in their group, so it kind of means that taking a look at this one, it's relatively even competition. It was only one best of series difference between them, but it does give you the mental lead when you come in with the theoretical higher seed.
So as we're getting further into this game, we see Yankis eating up the Salty Croc again. He's going to spit him out under the towers. He's taking a couple shots for his trouble. Gets the haymaker off, though. Ends up being another trade of ultimates in the top lane with not too much gain for either player.
I would say that's an interaction you're likely to see over and over again as, big fight bot lane.
Ooh, Saurus is interacting with off-meta jungler a lot here as he's kicked back into the team, but the true shot barrage comes out and smites the Lee Sin. Flash and Gubex caught in the wrong place. The Corki doesn't have the Valkyrie available, can't go over the wall, as there goes off-meta jungler diving forward onto Flash. Delex flashes away from the last rocket, and this is a big dub for Blue Sky Eagles, looking to make it even more as a trade of summoners in the bot lane goes in their favor again.
And it's effectively a microcosm of what we can expect as the game goes on. Look how oppressive it is fighting into Anivia plus Ezreal. If you don't get the initial kill, if you don't blow up one of them, then Delka on the Sona is just going to laugh in your face and heal them both up. As off-meta jungler, they are lurking.
They are lurking, but they may have been caught here. A lot of damage being dealt to both junglers. It is getting so close, but Delka's in the area. That's the Sonic Wave going in with a resonating strike, taking down the Xin Zhao. The flash 4 from Flash, saving his jungler's life. Amri's in the area, though. One more hit would do it, and Nautilus trades the kill over.
Is going to be collecting up on that one, and it means now with the dragons spawning soon, they are going to be able to get priority back on the map for that one. Isn't exactly what you were hoping for when you were looking to really push the advantage from that play, but I feel like now coming onto the map, we do have immediately Taco running to this bot side looking for the dragon with pretty good vision coverage in the bottom side. They should be able to walk through, as I believe both of those wards are currently being suppressed, so they are safe to walk down here.
But Saurus is in the area, and 752 have actually started this one up, so trying to get a couple of dragons lead as Yankins is going very aggressive onto the Salty Croc here. There we see the Drake going over, and the ultimate going over onto Taco, who stepped too far forward. Again, there goes the true shot barrage. It's a replay, baby! The exact same thing happened 2 minutes ago, and again, Blue Sky Eagles get the dub on the play.
The massive Crescent Guard followed up by the Gore Drinker just heals off-meta jungler to full HP effectively in that fight. Delka next to them. We do have, now that Yankins is down here, they TP'd over. This is a sad, sad rat boy in the bot lane. Look at the pitiful DPS that
Oh, this is a double TP response. 752 are going for this. The Salty Croc doesn't have his ultimate available, but Yankins is a little bit caught out here. Gets the showstopper down. I live. Flashback over the wall as Valence is very aggressive going forward. Gets the two-person knockup with the Tom Kench as it's BSE again. Big shield, big damage from the Salty Croc as no one has gone down yet. flashes in the area, pops the ultimate, gets the damage onto Yankins,
Dragon's
gets
Rage
the
up.
CC as well. Here comes off-meta jungler going back in with a Gore Drinker. Gubex on the other side of the fight, getting jumped onto. Massive kick coming out from Saras as no one has died yet. There goes Taco back into the backline. This is insane. The Salty Croc will fall down. The Jin Shout is traded, but it's BSC making the play work again.
They managed to get on the upper end of it twice in a row, and that's got to be said without Anivia there the whole time. They were just pushing in the mid wave. As the fight doesn't seem to be ending, they were looking to see if they could get anything extra on the end of that, but with the Rift Herald still in Saros's inventory and the plates are about to fall, that's an even bigger win for the Blue Sky Eagles.
I mean, you said the Ezreal was going to be disgusting later on into the game. Villains is looking a little bit disgusting right now. Sat 4-0-2. Will be able to pick up the Divine Sunderer on that back. Is going to get a decent way towards the Mana Moon as well. Actually opts for the Boots of Lucidity. So Blue Sky Eagles, they have a scaling comp, but they are online right now.
I want to throw it out there that Amre has gone for the Everfrost, which hurts this dive comp of the Lee Sin, the Set, and the Nautilus even more. That's a lot of chain CC that Amre can throw out on this Anivia, and I would say almost more importantly, one of the best items for Ezreal later on with this Divine Sunderer build is the Frozen Heart. You are against what is effectively 4 attack speed AD champions. Corki goes for the magic damage, but it's still attack speed at the end of the day. They've got the lethal tempo. Later on, Vilance is going to become a near unkillable monster with how tanky this Ezreal could get.
It's going to be disgusting as well. And those easy engage options, well, they start to mean less and less when the Ezreal isn't getting one shot. Has so much good consistent damage, so much tankiness, and so much sustain as well, importantly. Will be feeling very nice getting it towards the mid game. It is a 4k gold lead for Blue Sky Eagles, but they haven't picked up a Drake yet. They'll be looking to change that in 2 minutes. They don't want to be giving over an Infernal Soul point.
And when you have the team that works so much better as the clump that I believe the red team does have this game, you don't care that much about losing the dragons, but it's so important for 752 to have got this initial lead, because it means now they can have Salty Croc sitting in a side lane as this set. They can have Goob sitting in the other one, and they can give up a couple dragons in a row. They can give away 3 and not be under any real risk of losing the game because of it. And that means they can try and pressure these more expensive side lane towers later on. It does require, though, for Yankins to be able to lose this 1v1, which at the moment has gone in their favor most times we've looked at it.
Yeah, it's just not happening. Salty Croc, though, playing weak side, as he is used to, just taking the waves under tower, not doing anything stupid. And yeah, if this Corki is able to scale up to 3 items, then you're feeling very good as 752, but it doesn't look like Blue Sky Eagles want to give them the chance. We'll be picking up this Rift Herald. Mid lane tower has fallen as well, so they're taking the advantages that they've got in the early game, and they are getting stuff with them.
Something that we see so many teams just get complacent, give away initial leads, and then not do anything with them. Being able to push the ticket once you do have some gold, do have the aim advantage, is one of the hardest skills in League, and it's something that when you do see teams doing, you have to commend it.
Oh, and look at all these coordinated resets coming through. Drake is spawning in 20 seconds, and we have got full inventories for Blue Sky Eagles. There is absolutely no unspent gold on their champions. 752 are posturing around this Drake, but they might not be able to take the fight.
There is a flanking wall behind them, but no TPs available, so they know everybody's standing, but not much else. As we do have now the rest of 752 making their way over. Lee Sin steals always possible.
There goes Yankins, though. The mobility from the Lee Sin might not be enough. That's a very big ultimate used by Flash, but they're just kiting back right now. Wonderful package into the backline from the Corki, but it doesn't mean enough. Crescent Guard from off-meta jungler is big, and the fight just keeps going in favor of Blue Sky Eagles. Nice stun by Salty Croc, but it doesn't do a damn thing. Yankins picks up the 3rd kill of the fight. Gubex is trying to 1v1 the Drake, but he's not going to win that because Vilance is just jumping on his face, going unstoppable on the Ezreal.
Far too strong. Good coordinated reset, like you said there, means that everybody is available. They are happy to force the ticket. Aggressive summoners thrown out by the red team here, getting a lot done. And they're going to be able to walk down mid with the Rift Herald in inventory if they want to use it. It just depends on how confident they are. They have thrown it down. They can commit to one tower for sure. The question is if they go for more, because now if you look at the respawn timers, people are coming up soon.
Yankins does have the TP though, so could join a fight if one were to break out. But Blue Sky Eagles, they understand that they don't need to push the ticket that hard. They've got themselves a decent gold league, as off-meta jungler may have been caught out here fighting against Salty Croc. Flash is in the area as well, and no one from Blue Sky Eagles is. Jinjel's on the run, but with no real engage options yet, might just get away.
They do have the tier 2 boots versus tier 1, even with the movement speed from Sets Q. They are not going to be able to catch, and that was a potential shutdown they could have picked up, but they're not going to get. And I want you to make a bet for me, Middlecourt. I know that we don't encourage gambling typically, but I want you to tell me what your odds are that Villance dies this game.
Ooh. That's a tough one, because he's looked very good on the Ezreal, but there have been a couple of those aggressive arcane shifts, you know what I mean?
They have gone forward.
Wants to go in, wants to deal as much damage as they can, and sometimes that means trading your life. But looking at him right now, that Divine Sunder already completed. The Merman is going to be coming through very shortly. I'm pretty sure if you arcane shift forward on this Ezreal, you just kill whoever's in front of you before they even have the chance to hit you. So I'm putting my faith in Villains. You're going deathless this game, baby.
And that is most likely going to spell a victory for them. They are in the driver's seat, got a 7-8k gold lead right now in the pocket for Blue Sky Eagles with what is effectively the better scaling comp. The real respite is the fact that you can make side lane plays like this for 752, and you need to be doing it.
Yeah, but it's just not working out. I remember the fancy feet dodging away from the skill shots, and they're just going to be able to clear waves absolutely fine on this Anivia. Look at the bot side jungle. Taka was kind of stealing away your red buff, guys, so everywhere, advantages just going in favor of Blue Sky Eagles.
And now with the Sinza over here, they are currently recalling on a blast cone. They actually cancel it as they were debating whether they're going to dive, and this is about to be a sad croc potentially.
Not too sad, as trading quite favorably against Yankins, who pops the shield very early, but gets a 150 health shield, goes back in, gets the Devour off, will be dunked into the tower, good flash away from the Salty Croc, gets them out with their lives, but this just means that the Eagles can take down this outer tower.
And that's the thing, when Set uses Haymaker, that screams, alright, we can fight them, and this Set can't just punch us away now. Does mean that it is going to be the flash forced out for both top laners, so it is something that you can look at and go net neutral, but Tahm Kench has that bit of wall terrain, their ability to jump over right now with the Abyssal Dive is something that means as the game goes on in the side lane, Yankins doesn't have a problem with standing around, but now Salty Croc kind of needs to be careful, because if we do see off-meta jungler return on this Zinzao, it gets rough for them quickly.
Yeah, they do have the plated steel caps, but they're not really tanky enough to deal with a 1v2. The Jinjiao Taco has been accelerating very nicely this game. Just look at that CS differential against Saros. These are two junglers that are more focused around the early game, but he's doing absolutely fine, whereas the Lee Sin is struggling.
Middlecourt, I want you to tell me the one item that I could see in off-meta jungler's inventory that is making me get hesitant, because
no.
I may or may not see a Manamune currently stacking up in this Zinzao's inventory. It's a lot of damage when it fully completes.
Oh, yeah.
It's just not something you traditionally see on the champion, because it kind of makes them effectively a glass cannon.
Yeah, as Flash is...
Oh my god.
I don't know what you're doing there, buddy. Gets over the wall, but villains can do that as well. Not really in a place where you could escape this, dude.
They're trying. They got the shield.
No
suicide though. That'll be the death. As we do get the counter TP on the bot side though. Goob is looking for the kill to punish Yankins with no flash.
Oh, but this Tahm Kench is just so tanky. The Strybreaker used to slow him down. The Q doesn't quite connect as they're kiting around from him beautifully. That's a very big shield, but they'll be able to burst through it eventually. Yankins will fall down for the first time this game.
And importantly, you can't force the counterplay onto the Baron because the dragon is about to spawn, and you realistically don't want to give over the soul point So good timing by 752, but it means that now they need to play this very carefully because their best chance is looking for a steal. Lee Sin Q is not up. They are in the pit.
Oh, yeah, that's the Sonic Wave connecting, but being forced to flash away, probably not ideal. Will go over to Blue Sky Eagles, got a little bit more AP and AD, and crucially deny the Soul Point win condition from 752.
I know everybody got used to seeing Seraphine, but Sona Ultimate is much quicker, so you do need to be ready on the flash key if you do not want to get caught out by that one. Does give a good amount of agency over to this Sona as the game goes on, especially when you're looking at things like the Corki, who, without building a QSS, is prime real estate for them packaging at you, and then you just flashing and getting the crescendo.
Yeah, and with Gubex's build right now, there isn't going to be space for that QSS for a very long time. Just components right now, and not amazing components at that. The Corki's late game win condition very, very far away.
So, let's take a look at it right now. We've got 8k gold lead. We've got pretty much massive item advantage over to the Blue Sky Eagles on the red side. They have the team fighting comp. They have now equalized the Dragons with 2 Infernals. These are a lot of different ways of saying we expect them to win this game.
Oh, I expect them to get a couple kills in the mid lane right now. Off-meta jungler going in. There goes the True Shot Barrage. Flash is forced to dredge line himself away, but that will not save his life unless Yankins is able to chase down Rat Boy here, trying to kite away as fast as they can, but it will not happen. There goes the Salty Croc in versus the 1v2. Not going to pan out for him either. As there goes the Lee Sin diving onto Valance, who protects his KDA very nicely. Dalicat picking up the kill. Now Taco's in the midst of it a little bit, but can get out. And it's a bit of a messy fight for Blue Sky Eagles, but they're just too far ahead.
And they still have the Devour at the end of that, and Amre is still pushing top lane. So this was a 4v5 where they were able to decisively win. They have just got way too much money to be able to mess it up. Even if they mis-execute, they still have enough fallback mechanisms. Valance still has the flash at the end of that. They were getting jumped on, got around 3rd HP, give or take. Still didn't matter. Goob with this package is realistically looking for an opportunity, but I don't think any exist with the current itemization. It's just getting hit around with wallets, frankly speaking.
Yeah, it kind of hurts. And Valance is using that wallets to pick up the Warden's Mail and the Glacial Buckler. So, like you mentioned, will be this Frozen Heart. Once that completes, very difficult to see this Ezreal falling down. 10k gold advantage, 25 minutes into the game. Baron is on the table, and it's going to take an absolute miracle for 752 to be able to take this.
Thing that they can hope for is Saros being allowed near the pit, which is already difficult when you look, there are wards in the way. And then also, along with being allowed in the pit, being able to steal it, which is not that easy considering that you can always just get Crescent guarded away. They're barely in position, they're going to get walled off. Oh, it's brutal.
It's just not very fun. Gets the kick, will be surviving. But a 0 HP Lee Sin isn't going to steal a Baron away. Will be going over to Blue Sky Eagles, who are looking for the fight in the aftermath. You can't recall there, mate. You're in trouble as the flash forward from Valance gets the godlike kill.
And he's going to set them up now to collect this mid wave if they want it. Actually, just going straight top lane, they're going to siege it down. When you have all 5 together, there is not much the enemy composition could do. And with Yankins currently lurking over this wall, I do not feel good for Goob.
Oh, the double knockup is disgusting. He's able to Valkyrie away as there goes the dunk by the set, but he doesn't have the money to do that. Will just be dropping immediately as off-meta jungler is in the middle of everyone, is shut down, but the fight won't come out for 752. Yankins is very tanky. Valance is diving forward to his heart's content. They're able to pick up the tower. That's a flash forward from Amre as well. Goes into the egg form. It doesn't matter though. 2 more kills for Blue Sky Eagles. They might just look to end the game right there.
I didn't know stylish Anivia plays existed, but they found one right there. The 5th ability of Everfrost is going to secure that one. Depends if they feel comfortable pushing for the end here, but it is all but guaranteed for them at this point.
Oh, they are just health barring them with ease. Backing away, though, Drake spawning in 30 seconds. Wanna rub a little bit more salt in the wounds that they've caused 752. Wreck that mental early on in the series.
I mean, when you're going for the best of 5, you want to win in the most decisive fashion you can. Because, like you say, it puts the enemy down. It puts them in the wrong headspace. And it can throw off, especially if you get to the end of this game, you look at the KDAs and you see that the Anivia popped off, the Ezreal popped off, you're going to look back and go, damn, which do we ban out of those? Because we were pretty happy of how this champ select went so far. Now the question is, how do they adapt to it? That's the thing that's got to be going through your head as 752, which, in return, one of the things you can do well when you are losing in a game in a series is make it as difficult to end as possible.
Yes,
it's something that G2 in their prime was so known for, where even if they were going to lose, and it was obvious they were going to lose, they would make it really tough because it just breaks your mental.
Yeah. You just lower the quality of the game for your opponent. Just make it unfun for them to win. Well, as unfun as you possibly can.
Uncomfortable, because if you feel like you're still sweating because there's the option of maybe not losing, but it's just making it difficult, then you can try and drain their energy for as little input as possible.
Yeah, I mean, if Blue Sky Eagles fumble a couple of fights, that's got to feel bad, especially when you're in such a commanding winning position. They won't be looking to do that, though. Grouping up in this bot lane, the Baron buff about to tick away. They'll be looking to grab this third and final inhibitor and push through to end the series, end the game. Ooh.
That was a Freudian slip potentially right there. You are clearly placing your bets early on.
I've read the script, man.
I mean, if you can execute like this every single game, then yeah, that would be the series for you. You'd hope to think that 752 have got some answers up their sleeves, considering this is the lower seed team pulling out the what looks to be win at this point. They are going for the very clean siege. They've got synced minion waves on both sides of the map, so they're keeping attention here, and it means now those minions are going to go knocking on the Nexus door, and they are going to all but take a tower, potentially even threaten the second one.
Oh, yeah, and 752 have to respond. This is such a nice play from Blue Sky Eagles, and Yankins can just tank this up to his heart's content. You don't need a damn minion wave when you got a Tom Kench. Sonic Wave connects from 752. There goes the hook as well. The dump back into the backline. That's a very big stun coming out from the set, as this is the fight that 752 wanted. Already a 1-for-1, but Yankins is just way too tanky. Into the backline comes Gubex with a very nice package, and Jin Zhao is taken down as well. Okay, 752, you are turning it around. Yankins forced to flee in with the Sonic Wave. Gets the damage down onto the Lee Sin, but will just be slowed to no end. Rat Boy with the damage. Here goes Gubex. There goes the dive away, but it doesn't come through in time. And you talked about making it difficult to win. 752 are doing exactly that.
A 2-4-4. That is going to rub salt in the wound, especially against you, Middlecourt, who bet on the Deathless Villains and have now had to pay out with a full series of games. Take a look at the map state after that, because they did lose one Nexus tower off of going for that play, but I would say that it was worth. But the fact that you shut down some of your enemies, you get a big gold influx. At this point, a gold lead is pretty much irrelevant. It's 10k, which is just an extra item on basically everybody of note. For Blue Sky Eagles, it's all down to execution. If you can get picks like that, that's all you need.
Yeah, and Gubex, well, with a very big flank to turn what was looking like a losing fight at some point for 752 into a massive win. That package does so much damage. If you can play around that as this Corki continues to scale up, has hit 3 items, a win condition in its own right.
And we did see that actually Yankins committed the Devour onto Sona as opposed to Ezreal right there, thinking that Valence would be able to get themselves out, but in the end it did not happen. Delco continuing to not die, though, after that play. They do have the Mikhail's Crucible, which could shut down the Ash Arrow even further. It just means they are not allowed to be near the front line, because if they're the one getting picked, well, it's only Tom Kench that can save them.
Yeah, but 752 aren't allowed to be near the Baron right now. It's complete vision control attained by Blue Sky Eagles. See, Taco just stood in this near side bushes. It's not even a mid lane tower been taken by the blue side team. They may just get taken out there as the slow lands from Dalekay. It's a nice wall into the stun combo. The ward hop away, but he's still stunned. There's just way too much CC. And Saros falls down again. Blue Sky Eagles turn to the Baron.
Definitely merits a golf clap on that one. Using the Sona ult, very well comboed with Amray's pretty much a definite CC chain they could throw out on this Anivia. And when you have this card damage surrounding them, the fully completed Mirror Mana on the Xin Zhao now, which, you know, we didn't really want to talk too much about because it's a bit of a weird item. Still a lot of damage.
Do you want to talk about the other items in Taco's inventory right now?
Oh, I do see. I think that is a demonic embrace they're building towards, and You know what? Xin Zhao did get a lot of AP, a lot of crit scalings. They pretty much any item you purchased short of bonus health and resistances, they gain a benefit from it. Somewhere in that kit, there is a ratio for your item. And Demonic Embrace, there's going to be a ratio for it. They got AP ratios on the passive, on the W, and the fact that when they use the AoE, everybody will get applied of it. Maybe they don't build that item, but you know, looking at this, that's my best guess.
That's my best guess. This is a 4-stack Infernal Soul, by the way.
It's pretty rough. It's
It's
definitely
pretty rough.
quite a lot. That is, let me check the Anivia, 582 AP on
Normal
a champion
amount.
without Rabadons.
Normal amount.
These are human numbers that are achievable by any such player, and it will be the Demonic Embrace. Go me, picked up for off-meta jungler, getting the 141 AP off of the Infernal plus Baron off of that item. It's not
Very,
bad.
very normal. But in getting that Infernal Soul, that's a little bit of time spent by Blue Sky Eagles not using it to take down 752's Nexus. So you've got a little bit of solace there. I think it was still probably worth for them, but as long as the Nexus stands, 752 haven't lost the game.
They do have the package available, and they're getting the mid-wave shoved in. And what this does is it just takes away another 30 seconds of effective pushing time. And you can see with the Baron duration down to just a minute left after this minion wave, I realistically don't think they're going to get all too much potential to siege. You do have both solo laners with teleport across the map. But when you're grouped up as 3 like this, there is no reason whatsoever that an Ashok cannot just end your day.
Well, Gubex does have package, I believe. It's the blue trinket popped out as Valence will find Salty Croc. The slows with the Sheralda's Grudge, very nice, but he steps a little bit too far forward, but will take out Salty Croc, nearly gets stunned by the Ash Arrow, will get knocked up as well as here comes off-meta jungler diving in. Delicate with a wonderful flash stun as that's a double shutdown going over, and Blue Sky Eagles just wipe the fight, and they're going to be taking game 1 in this series.
The dramatic conclusion we saw coming 20 minutes ago finally comes true, as it will be the exceptionally reserved execution by Blue Sky Eagles of only real one mess up right there in the bot lane a couple minutes ago. They are going to take this game pretty handedly, and I feel like looking at the next draft, have to raise questions about this Sona because they were such a nuisance later on with the value, but realistically every champion had their moment to shine on this Blue Sky Eagles squad.
Yeah, that was a game that I couldn't really attribute to one player just completely popping off. Obviously, Taco was pretty disrespectful, I'm gonna say, as we got later on into the game. But it felt like everyone was playing their part. Now, if I'm 752 and I've just lost that game in that fashion, what should I be looking to change up for the next one?
I think one of the parts that you need to do is you need to look for a better jungle matchup because when everything goes wrong on the map, you can indirectly say, okay, if we have a better jungle matchup, if we have better lanes to assist, then we can look about that and try and change it. Because there were points in the game where they had pushing lanes on both top and bot side, but when you have the Lee Sin into the Xin Zhao, yeah, it's a good matchup for you in the early game. Yes, it can get stuff done, but if it doesn't win you the game, it's not what you need for the team. You need something that, looking through, can force onto those back lines. Something like the Nocturne, potentially, who can reliably get on top of the Anivia and the Ezreal. It's something we know Saros plays. It's not in its best spot in the world, but I would say it's a solid answer, especially considering Flash has a mean Galio support.
But then there's already so much engaged in the composition that they've drafted that they weren't able to execute on it. I understand what you're saying, but I feel like you can't just double down on this playstyle that hasn't really panned out for you this game.
Difficult when you have 2 games minimum to experiment with in this best of 5. You have lost the first one, so you need to look back and go, was it something we are fundamentally unhappy with how it went? What part went particularly wrong? Because you can say that Salty Croc didn't have the best time in the top lane on that set into Tahm Kench. It was a bit back and forth, but looking through, I think maybe we might see a Trundle start to make his way into
Yeah?
the series. Quite good into things like the Xin Zhao, and if you look at it from the other side, both top laners get ruined by it because you just steal all the resistances and then they just turn into a meat stick that you get to kill.
Meat sticks, food for thought. We're going to be popping to a short break right now. Stick around for game 2 in this series between 752 and Blue Sky Eagles. Don't go anywhere. Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Valence League. We're in a best of five, baby. Div 1 quarterfinals. We saw Blue Sky Eagles pretty comfortably taking game one versus 752. My name is Middlecott. Melvin has all broke down that one with me. What are your thoughts going into game two, mate?
Thinking that we need to see 752 look at a different fundamental style. Some of the champions that we saw come out that weren't really getting their job done. It wasn't necessarily an individual thing, it was more of a holistic comp issue that we have.
Yeah, so diving a bit more specifically, what sort of champions are we talking about there?
I think that the Lee Sin in the jungle after these nerfs, it was something that when we were loading into game, it was a bit hesitant. I know
Yeah.
how the matchup was meant to go. How it did go was not great. There were a fair too few many fights committed to on the bot side,
Yeah.
which I think was an issue. We saw about 3 times in the exact same spot where
Yep.
Nivea and Ezreal just 2v4'd. We can't have that if you want to take the game for 752. You can't allow them to do that early on because it just accelerated them to a point where they were too far ahead that anything went wrong.
So do we think that this Ezreal, obviously Valence popped off on it last game, did die that one time, so I didn't get my bet. Thank you very much, mate. But is this something that you've got to get rid of if you are 752?
It's something that they need to be ready for at very least. You need to have different answers. There are
Yep.
always things like the Ornn is something that we do know Salty Croc plays, is an option. I also wouldn't mind something like potentially even the Mordekaiser, who can delete one of those defensive tools and kind of break up the safety of it. If you can take away the Tom Kench, they can't protect their Anivia, can't protect the Ezreal. These are then means that you can commit to these kind of plays a lot more reliably. We'll have to see as the draft develops. We do see the same bans as of current, no side change happening. It was that Kale taken away from Villance and the Victor taken away from Goob, who you will notice is currently in the top lane slot.
Yeah, so we did actually confirm this with the players in the pre-game. This is an intended change. So moving Salty Croc into the mid lane, putting Gubex a little bit more on that island. We have seen both teams play with a more weak side top lane role. Do you think that's a change that is going to benefit 752 getting their primary carry in an isolated part of the map?
It can give them a lot of safety. I am not seeing all too many mages that head easily into the top lane for Goob, so curious to see if they are going to take a more traditional approach or if they have got something interesting in the pocket, as I believe these are the exact same bans we had entirety of the way. Yep.
Yep, so we've got the Salty Croc for 752. They might be doing the Salty run back here as the Lucian is removed with the Aatrox taken away in response. Is there a champion that you can take away on this first rotation for 752?
I don't think they would hate taking away that Ezreal, but it has to be noted that the Samira is still open, the Tristana is still open if they want to take an aggressive bot lane. This Xin best one to take away because it is contested jungle pick. Very, very strong. As we do get the Sona immediately picked up for Delta, it looks like they are more than happy to reprise their role on it, and I would say rightfully so. They were subtly a massive problem for you to deal with on 752, always just full healing people every time combat ended.
Yeah, that's generally what Sona feels like a lot to me. Subtly a very big issue is that's the Olaf locked in. Can use that Ragnarok to immune the knockups from Jin Zhao in that Crescent Guard, and the third auto on his Q. So looking to tussle once again in the jungle.
Thinking about how this draft could develop, I wouldn't dislike potentially taking one solo laner and the ADC here and then leaving support for counter pick later on. So they will be taking away the Ezreal, another one that they are trying to remove. Yep. Rightfully so, saying, hey, I really like your last draft. Can we borrow it, actually? And we do have a couple enchanters available if they will lock them in, but the reason I said I wanted support to go to second rotation is because we know for a fact that Flash plays the Trundle, as does Salty Croc, and that is a really good pick into Olaf.
Yeah, just stealing away that AD. Trundle probably the best 1v1 champion at every stage of the game, will instead be that set. With Salty Croc moving into the mid lane, it could see it flexed into that role.
Is a good roaming mid laner if they take something like the Ghost or the teleport ability to affect river fights early is very strong. And when you're against a control mage like the Anivia, you can regen a lot of your HP based on the trades. As was a brief hover, we get the
Oh,
dual enchanters
oh
and the
no.
Olaf. This is
Oh
going to be a
no.
scary lane. We expect that to be both Seraphine Sona bot lane.
Oh, that's going to be very, very disgusting. So Array really likes to play these supportive style champions, not a big ADC player, a bit more mage focused. And if you thought the healing was disgusting last game, it's going to be twice as disgusting this time around.
So, what can you ban out as 752? You need to get rid of carries that benefit from this. The Olaf is an obvious one that always likes to have enchanters in the pocket, but now you have to look through and say, okay, what kind of other hyper carries can they lock in? Shen, I think that's not the best beneficiary, but because of the hover, they might have been a bit scared of it, considering that if you do lock in a Shen here, that means you lock in a Cogmore last or something along those lines, and it's very terrifying. The Kale is gone though, so Villance doesn't exactly have that kind of primary carry to resort back to. Might see a Corki, that is an
Yeah.
option.
But you kind of need some tankiness right now if you are Blue Sky Eagles, because it's all very well and good having all this healing. If it's not actually sticking on someone, then it doesn't really work. So I like to see the Irelia ban can go towards these tankier builds, but a Tahm Kench lock in here, we saw Jenkins do some disgusting damage in the last game and basically being unkillable as well. No surprise to see it picked up again.
So the question is, will that be a set top lane regardless of which player is going to take that one for 752? Or will this be Tahm Kench getting counterpicked on the last two? I really like Bard as an answer into Enchanters. They're immobile. That Tempered Fate shuts them down. That's a bit of CC that Tahm Kench cannot effectively eat you out of, and is going to prove to be a massive nuisance for splitting up the fight, considering if they chuck it on everybody and Olaf ults, they're the only one left. They could just get killed immediately.
Yeah, and what 752 really lacked last game was a reliable way to get onto the backline of Blue Sky Eagles. They had a couple of tools, but you really need to be playing around vision effectively with those, which they weren't able to do last game. With the Orianna as well, there is so much wombo combo potential. Tempered Fate, Set, Shockwave, Jin Zhao, bunch of damage onto these squishy members, and you can't heal if you're dead.
So, looking for the final pick right now to come out for Blue Sky Eagles. I have got some Yasuo games. Does okay onto the Orianna in isolation. Trying to think of what other kind of hyper carries they could go for. We said Cogmore, but that will be a Vayne locked in. Now the biggest question is, what role is everybody going in? Because looking at both these teams, we have got some mix and matching to do.
Yeah, so Villains does like to play a little bit of everything. Basically, whatever they think the team needs, they're going to pick. And Amri, like we already mentioned, doesn't tend towards these ADCs too often. And with the current hovers, we're getting a Vayne mid lane here.
Into the set, I can imagine that is going to be a rough time for Salty Croc. I am expecting them to still send Goob mid lane, though, despite them having them in the opposing positions. This can be the kind of thing where they intended it to go that way, but when you have two solo laners who end up getting the champions they're comfortable on, I would expect this to be the Orianna going mid. If anything, the biggest question for me is, will Villance be heading into the bot lane on this vein, with Amrei reprising mid lane once again now on this Seraphine, or will it be double Enchanter's bot? Because if it is, that lane is susceptible to getting ganked pretty heavily by that Xin Zhao.
I mean, it's susceptible to be getting ganked if it is the Vayne going bot side. Champion that is kind of infamous for not really doing anything for the first 15 minutes of the game. And with the playmaking potential that a Bard offers, even with his jungler or just by himself, whatever pairing you've got in the bot lane is incredibly vulnerable. So we're going to need to see Blue Sky Eagles maybe not going for these aggressive, well, counter aggressive plays that they were going for last game, because I can see them getting very easily punished here.
And seeing double enchanters, plus a Tahm Kench for that matter, it makes you wonder who can pick up Serpent's Fang on the 752 squad. And realistically, I think it has to be Saros on this Xin Zhao, which is not great because that turns you into a glass cannon. But even worse so than what we had last game of the Miro mana, because going for that lethality does not scale. You're against double tanky topside. It's only for the shield reduction that you realistically go for it. it would be worthwhile this game, but it's one of those ones where it definitely has a notable trade-off.
Well, and you're going to be having to build the Kempunk chainsword as well. So Jin Zhao isn't really going to be able to build the items that he wants to this game. One of the issues, though, that I've got with the Blue Sky Eagles composition is it's very low range. I feel like if Kuba and Ratboy are able to kite effectively on these picks, isn't really going to be a chance for this Vayne to do the damage that she needs to in this composition.
And even if you do end up finding picks, it has to be said that Flash on this Bard can just turn them off, throw the Tempered Fate on an ally, say, actually, I'm going to give you a Zhonya's from range, put down a preemptive portal for you to pop out, and everybody just gets to run away, with the only real way to stop it being Villad's getting a condemn into a wall, which is counterplay they could go for. It's just not the most reliable thing in the world. I think you are correct on that one. It means that there isn't a massive world of agency if these double enchanter ultimates aren't landing from Amray and Delka.
Yeah, but the counter engage is there. I suppose Blue Sky Eagles, they kind of want to be playing on the back foot a little bit, I'm assuming, but then that doesn't really fit with the Olaf here.
Makes me think that we are likely to see Valence go into the bottom lane because having Olaf paired with an enchanter is always a win, especially that Seraphine. She has a fine mashup into the Orianna for being able to wave clear. It can get rough post level 6 where they can threaten Shockwave, especially when you have the Zinzao. That's bait. That lane is getting jumped on consistently right there. So you need to be careful, else it will be some unruly fans come into that mid lane concert.
Yeah. As I don't know, despite the jankiness, I'm still standing Blue Sky Eagles composition just because of how dominant they were last game. Yeah, it was like 36 minutes, but realistically, that game ended at 10 minutes. And if we see something similar from them in terms of performance this game, I think we might be heading for a pretty swift 3-0.
We can say there was partly self-inflicted by 752 on the blue side, where they did get over aggressive. A couple too many deep dives ended up backfiring on them. I am paused at 10 seconds, by the way. I was paying attention, as it is something that we need to look and see if they have a repeat of that later on in the game.
Yeah, production, I'm also paused at 10 seconds, so if you are ready, we can get going. And welcome on to the Rift for Game 2 in this best of 5 series between 752 and Blue Sky Eagles. BSC were able to take Game 1 in a pretty comfortable fashion. Let's see if 752 can bounce back and start taking this series the distance, or whether BSC are going to put themselves to match point. Melvin Izzle, we didn't see any shenanigans at the level 1 last game. Are we expecting anything different this time around?
These kind of compositions, there isn't really anything you could get done level 1. The best thing you could do is have everybody commit to a barb portal that goes for a flank. Since that's not been seen immediately, it looks like standard 5-point, which you have to say does mean that 752 seem confident, because level 1s are usually a sign of desperation, where you know that your comp either gets outscaled or you need to have a particularly swingy early game. You're relying on that inconsistency to help you accelerate forward. Not going for that is a show of confidence.
So if I was Saros on 752's roster, is there a lane that I'd be looking to swing in our favor early on?
I think that you need to make sure that the Ezreal is in a comfortable spot, but they should be able to do that on their own with the Bard aggression. It is the car lane that has good gank assist, and you see, because both junglers are starting their top side, and actually Q right there, Saros. I don't know if you caught it, but on the minimap, they pinged exactly that they're going blue buff into Gromp into red buff, which to me sounds like we're going to see some action in the bot lane at 2 minutes 30.
It's going to be very fun. Maybe not fun for Valence, as they're already taking those cosmic bindings to the face. Yankins up against Salty Croc on the set once again. We did see the set get the better side of this matchup, at least in terms of damage early on, but Yankins was really able to scale hard into it and make the set look kind of useless for a lot of the fights.
And one of the things that teams don't look at enough is the enemy's win condition. When you look at the Blue Sky Eagles comp, if this Vayne isn't ahead, what do they do? Their damage is negligible. Yeah, they'll be able to keep an Olaf alive for a while, but you can kind of sustain that. If their ult isn't active, Salty Croc can dunk them away. They can dunk the Tom Kinch away from the Enchanters. You need Villance to be ahead, which means that if they can be shut down by this bot lane, by having Saros come to this lane and continuously gank them, then that is realistically all you need to be in a winning spot for the blue team.
I mean, we saw off-meta jungler go for a couple of interesting item choices last game. I can't imagine it's beyond their capabilities to go for full lethality Olaf, so maybe that's a damage threat there. But no, I tend to agree with you. You really rely on Villains to do the damage in this composition. He looked great last game, but the big question is, can he do it twice in a row?
Speaking of twice in a row, I'm curious if we're going to get the exact replica of last game's top lane, where we saw the early trading go in Salty Croc's favor, and then as it advanced, Yankins took the hold of it and got a pretty much unnoticed 20 CS lead when we really just glanced to bot lane for a while, came back, no kills had happened, no summoners had been used, but Yankins had somehow managed to put that together for themselves. This time, hasn't amassed yet. It was about 8 minutes, I would guesstimate, that it happened last time, so let's keep our eye passively on those numbers to see if they can get away with murder twice.
As we see on the minute, Saras moving his way up into the top side of the map. Can't really grab anything here as Taco will be spotted out. Takes a Mystic Shot to the face for his troubles and will just back away. So both junglers trading sides of the map, not looking for anything too aggressive early on.
And we've been talking a lot about where Saras can gank as the Zinzan, where they should be focusing on this bot and mid lane. On the other side, for Taco, off-meta jungler on this Olaf, bot lane is pretty much a no-go zone for you, at least until level 6, where you can rely on the Sona ult doing all the work for you. Because you can't chase Ezreal, and you definitely can't chase Ezreal when they have a Bard port as a backup plan. If it's not absolutely frame perfect from everything in your favor, condemn into the massive crescendo, you just shouldn't even acknowledge it. Go mid lane, bully this Orianna, you can apply the slow, which means that Amrei can get the root and the subsequent stun off of their beat drop, so that is realistically the place I want to see them going.
And both mid laners are trading fairly aggressively. TP on either side respectively, so we'll just be using that to get back into lane, I would imagine. Don't want to lose too much tempo, as we see Taco has actually built himself a little bit of a CS lead in the jungle. We saw a desynced back from Saras in the top side of the map, and that means that he hasn't been able to get the experience, get the gold that you need on this Xin Zhao.
Neither jungler able to pick up the Iron Spike Whip off of their first base, meaning that their clear speeds on the red buff sides is going to be a bit slower. We do have a potential scrap occurring here, because once this dragon goes down, it will let everybody know, but you have a Bard Portal at the end of the day. This pick is a really difficult one to play well, but if you have a good Bard, it makes it so impossible to play the game on the opposition, especially as the jungler, because you walk down there, you get tempered fated, they portal out, and it's like you didn't even use your time valuably.
Yes, the Eagles made their way into the river, but a little bit too late. So first Drake once again going over to 7-5-2, but we saw last game that didn't really result in a win. They need to make sure that they are actually getting meaningful leads on the other parts of the map, because a couple of Drakes, it's not going to win you the game.
Especially not when the enemy has been shown to stack up the full Soul Dragons if you give them the chance. When you have a reserve team that has double enchanters, they are not needing to accelerate. They're happy to just sit back and chill. I was kind of waiting to see what the first items were for Amrei on this Seraphine. It looks like they will be going towards either the Landry's or the Everfrost. I doubt it would be a Ludens, but it means that they are going to be a notable damage source for the team, which was otherwise going to be pretty much altogether lacking good magic damage. Yankins does a decent amount, but it's not really what you need to kill the set, to kill the Zinzao and team fights.
Yeah, speaking of magic damage, we see Valence building this half-bound axe, so we'll be going towards that Wits End, grab themselves some magic resist in that build. And this is an item that we've really seen rising in prominence on pretty much any champion that's able to build it. And you look at the lane that you're facing, Ezreal Bard, that's a lot of magic damage.
Going to help them get through the lane. Also gives that movement speed with the half-bound axe, which makes Vayne a very happy camper because they can chase you down and continue to apply those silver bolts procs, which mitigates the fact that you don't get the critical strike chance, the additional AD that you would otherwise get for something like a Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, once you get those silver bolts, that's basically just a million crits all at the same time. As off-meta jungler running into Saros here, the beat drop not quite landing. Flash is in the area as well, though, and it's a little bit caught out, if you remember. Of 752 picking up that first blood with a nice rotation towards this Rift Herald. We're able to grab that as well.
Now, the big question whenever a Rift Herald is taken is how many plates does the enemy get when you commit everybody over? So, keep an eye. There are no plates taken currently by the Vayne in the bottom lane. Thank you, Directed Cam. I appreciate that. As they really know what's happening. We do get the Rift Herald being aggressed on. You're not going to steal it with a tongue lash. Don't even. I was scared because I've definitely lost Rift Heralds in similar objectives to these card abilities. They only managed to get one. Goob rotates down and the plates are basically denied, meaning that this is a solid play for 752. It's a good rotation. Now they can look into this mid lane and you're okay with having your bot lane take mid for a while because Orianna is going to just outrange Vayne and be able to not really have to play the lane.
Yeah, there's not really a kill threat there. Once you start getting later and later into the game, side laning as a mage versus a Vayne becomes a very scary prospect. But for now, the base damages are high enough that you can't really compete with her. Interesting to see where this Rift Herald is going to be used. Obviously, not dropping it too early in the mid lane. Like to see that. Could use it to pressure for this dragon spawning in a minute 30's time.
Throw out there that Amrei and Villans are doing very well on their CSing as of current. On curve for going close to 10 CS a minute once they get their next minion waves collected. And considering how safe this Sona Seraphine duo act in the mid lane is, I don't see that changing anytime soon, because they could just sit there, wait until off-meta jungler decides to make their way over, and then run at you quite aggressively.
Throwing out those undertows, just dissuading Ratboy and Flash from jumping further forward. Amrei and Villains have been on the map for a little bit, though, so we'll have a lot of gold in inventory, and with this Drake spawning very, very soon, possibly won't be prepared for the fight. We see resets coming out from 752. As Saras and Goob go back to base, it's very clear what they've got on their minds.
I just double-checked. It is actually 1,500 gold that was being sat in the inventories of Amrei and Villains. Villains has done their base now and spent it. And we do have the teleport available for Amrei, so they are going to recall here and likely just going to use that immediately to get back over, get the mid priority or bot lane if they decide to go down there and be able to set up for this dragon. They are actually going to walk. It's a bit of a dangerous move. Does give 752 time to set up and potentially clear out some extra minions on the side.
As we see Villains moving back into the mid lane. This is traditionally what you see when you want to get some pressure around a Drake. You move your duo lane there. We saw it was Dalika and Amrei earlier on. Now the Vayne in the mid lane, but she's not able to pressure against the Orianna in the same way. And there we see it, 752 moving into the red side jungle, clearing out these wards and looking to take dragon number 2.
Gonna get stacking. It means there will be either a ocean or a mountain rift. Now, let's take a look at what some of those means, because you have pretty much very tanky people on both teams' top side, which means that either of those souls is going to be great for them. I would say that if you're Blue Sky Eagles, you're hoping for the mountain. They end up getting the ocean, though. Not going to complain for whichever team can collect it, but this is definitely a win for 752 in the dice roll there.
Yeah, but still, look at the gold. It's in favor of Blue Sky Eagles on a scaling composition again. We needed 752 to get big leads early game, and whilst it's looking a lot better for them, it's still nowhere near decisive.
Can say that they haven't lost it yet, though. That's one thing they did do last time. Ooh,
that's a very nice double stun into the charm. CC under the tower, but you're not taking aggro there. True Shot Barrage comes out. Meanwhile, Blue Sky Eagles making a play onto Soldy Croc. The stun landing against the wall. There goes the Haymaker, flashing forward, dunking under tower, and he will not quite trade it 1-for-1 as the Devour came out off screen. Diving forward with the Jinjiao. The knockup does quite land onto Amrei. The Tempered Fate used. A double stun comes out. Rat Boy picks up a kill and will grab a second onto the Sona, no problem.
Do you have any idea how fast this Bard is? The Flash coming in with an amazing set of plays right there. The Tempered Fate and the stun getting exceptional value. As now it's going to be a race for the towers on both sides of the map. It's actually going to be Goob TPing in to dissuade the push up there. I really like that as Soycroc joins them. They're going for the chase down.
They are going for the chase down. The Devour not available. The flash from Villance forced. And 752 look like a different team this game.
Able to get the pedal going when they're comfortable. That was one of the things that we were looking at last time, where some of their plays where they were getting aggressive, it didn't seem all too natural. We're looking, thinking, that was never going to realistically work. You're running into an Ezreal, running into an Ivia. This time, they are happily going to run into a Sona Seraphine, because yes, you can get the double charms off, but it's not going to do much when there's no tower aggro. Rift Herald's got that one for you, and now we do actually get Soycroc able to collect 2 tower plates for themselves, and it can be more if Jenkins isn't there soon.
Yeah, but we do see the rest of Blue Sky Eagles making their way towards the top side of the map. It is going to be the 3rd tower plate, but Solicrop might pay for it with their life. The slow landing from the Tongue Lash and the Frostfire Gauntlet is disgusting. Delica is on the way. That's a nice dodge away from it, but no flash available. The showstopper is, but they will just pay for it with their life. They're going to get a good Haymaker. No, they won't. Yankins just licks them down.
Will go down before the tower plates fall, though. So it means that they were able to get a decent amount of gold influx. Potentially might not even lose this turret. The Olaf ult is available, though, and they are going aggressive.
Well, they're going for the dive, but they didn't account of the Jinjiao being there. Now, Yankin is on the wrong side of the play. Very good stun prevents the aggression coming out from 752, but Blue Sky Eagles are looking a little bit more hesitant than they have done previously.
I don't think it changes too much fundamentally about how their comp plays later on, but playing at a gold deficit is something that they were not experiencing in the previous game, and it means that now the pressure is up on them, because this is the point in the game where those Bard ultimates will result in a kill if they land on effectively anybody on your team. So you need to be cautious, you need to have safe positioning, because if the enemy is allowed to run away with it, if 752 could get ahead here, then realistically, it's the same principle as we said last time, but the other way around of who kills Ezreal? I don't see anybody that does it.
It's going to be very difficult, and in about a minute 15's time, we might find out as that 3rd Drake will be spawning. That's going to be the ult onto the tower, but the dive won't quite come out, so Flash using an ult for nothing, really, and with the fight potentially in a minute's time, Blue Sky Eagles might be feeling a little bit better about that than they were 15 seconds ago.
The Bard ultimate will be coming up about 15 seconds after the dragon spawns. So the question now for 752 is, can they kind of stagger the fight around that objective to allow it? Because if you have the Bard ult up, and you can force this Seraphine Sona to be very conscious of where they position, then realistically that's what you need, because you don't need to kill them, you just need to make sure they can't keep Taco on this Olaf alive.
As we see Blue Sky Eagles actually moving into the river successfully. Still 30 seconds until the Drake spawns, which gives 752 plenty of time to clear out this vision. Look at the flashes available. None for Vayne, none for the Sona. Flash on the Orianna and the Ezreal. So if we do have a fight, 752 have got a couple more tools at their disposal to make it go in their favor. Root is landing. Both teams hostering aggressively.
1640 is the time when Bard Ultimate is available again. Keep your eye on the timer as we get into this play right here. It is going to be 752 with Prio on the objective. It does mean they are going to be eating the damage for it, though.
Oh, there goes Jenkins eating a fair bit of damage himself. Dale's going in. That's a wonderful charm landing immediately onto the Jinja, who does nothing in the fight. The shockwave is good, but not quite good enough. There's immediately 3 kills going over to Blue Sky Eagles. The Bard ultimate is so defensive and can't do anything. Villance tumbles forward, but doesn't care about getting stunned. Flash will glide away of the magical journey, but Blue Sky Eagles take the fight. Might not be over. Rat Boy poking aggressively. Yankins fails the flash and won't be able to chase down the Ezreal.
suppose nobody needs to kill the Ezreal if they kill everybody around them. Frontline getting chipped down means that now there's no safe space for Ratboy to stand, as you can see, even without the flash, Jenkins can threaten with this Frostfire Gauntlet in their pocket, as no True Shot Barrage is available, was used during that fight. Will be the first Ocean Dragon secured for Blue Sky Eagles, and you have to get a bit worried now if you're 752 saying, I remember what happened last game with the Dragons. I remember how it went very poorly for us seeing 4 Infernal Dragons. I know saying that you would prefer Mountain, you're not going to complain with Tom Kench getting an Ocean Soul.
Yeah, and it feels like it's starting to happen again. It was looking so good for 752, but now they're in the gold deficit versus a composition that scales extraordinarily well, and every item that Villans gets on this vein is just going to feel so bad for them. Ratboy can still do the damage, 3-0 on the Ezreal, looking very nice, but if he ever gets isolated in the 1v1, I feel like that goes in the Vayne's favor.
And one of the things that you see an Olaf in a game and you go, well, they fall off of damage, but the Vayne never. Only gets better and better. So it's a nice little almost seesaw happening where as the Olaf gets lighter, Vayne is going to weigh them back down and keep the DPS high. This is a proactive teleport coming down to save the Vayne. Is going to be in range. Devour is up, and funnily enough, when you're a Vayne with 3 supports and a front line, you're laughing at the enemies.
Oh, and Yankins is laughing. Villain's going very aggressively forward, but takes a fair chunk of his health bar in trade. Here goes the Olaf dunk on the backline by Salty Croc, but it's a load of damage being dealt. They're able to kite it out, though. But here comes 752. Gets the kill onto Daleka. Anray is in the area with the encore. If the blue side go a little bit too aggressive, but they opt not to. They play back, instead go, look, there is a Rift Herald available. We're going to pick up Shelly.
And what happened in the mid lane right there was Amray was able to cancel the TP from Goob with the beat drop, so they have had to walk their up him. They're going to look like they're getting picked for it, losing Flash as well. Rough time to be Orianna.
Oh, rough time to be landing shockwaves like that. Ratboy does have the magical journey to escape, but a little bit of a fumble there by 752, and that means that they might not be able to pick up this Rift Herald. Does despawn fairly late, I believe, so they can still grab it.
But the fact that reset means, though, that they can't pressure it onto that top tower now. And you've given a window for Vayne to reset. They picked up the Noon Quiver. They're getting very close towards that Immortal Shield Bow. And I think that that item will never have more apt of an application than this game. Oh my goodness, we have got Tarzan technology. Off-meta jungler, you are becoming my favorite player bit by bit with the Redemption Olaf.
Oh, as there's no redemption for Salty Croc as he's taken low. There goes the beautiful Tempered Fate, dunking back into the backline, taking a bunch of damage onto the center, but it does not matter. Flash will be falling down for the first kill of the fight. Salty Croc will be the second, and you can't kill Blue Sky Eagles. They're going to be turning towards the Baron.
Sorry, Amray on the side there. I feel like I'm just doing the retroactive play-by-play for just this one person. They zoned 3 people, 2-person encore, and got a kill on the side. I know that they're playing a supportive champion, but they are absolutely bonkers for this team.
And 752 know this is happening. They just can't respond.
They're going to run out. They have the Zinzao. Flash not up yet, though.
There goes Soros, but he's just getting chased down. That's the red team taking the Baron, and Goob is on the wrong side of the map as well. He's going to be falling, uses the shockwave, but doesn't get anything with it. Stunned up by the Tongue Lash. Kill goes over to the Vayne. Mid lane tower drops, but the fight's going to keep going in Blue Sky Eagles' favor. It's a lot of damage dealt onto Soros, able to walk away though. And out of nowhere, it seems Blue Sky Eagles just keep finding advantages.
It's really hard for them to lose a fight is the biggest issue that 752 are having, where you look down at the opposition and you say, okay, who do we pick? Because every time we've gone for anything, Yankins has been so on point on this Tahm Kench, being there with the Devour every time for anybody that is overextending. And if they're allowed to get bailed out once, you have the Redemption Olaf, you have the double Enchanters who will just full heal you. Villans, if they're allowed a minion wave, they're going to heal on their own with the Shield Bow. They've actually gone for Wit's End plus the Steel Caps, meaning that they have good dual resistances with infinite HP. I don't see a way that 752 are going to win this one, and I'm going to throw it out there. You made a joke earlier that you've seen the Lethality Olaf. There is a Serrated Dirk in their inventory right now. I'm not even going to try and fathom what that's going for. Yamus, maybe? I don't know. I
Yamus,
actually have no idea.
Umbral Glaive for more vision clear, perhaps?
I wouldn't hate it because getting, poor position by walking over a ward is one of the ways you lose this game. It's one of the few ways you lose this game, but it is one you can.
Yeah, as Ocean Soul is a good way to win it. And 752 aren't responding. They're just content to give this up. We'll be able to grab top lane tower in trade, you'd have to think. TP's not available for anyone on Blue Sky Eagles. And look at this. 3k gold lead, couple of Ocean Drakes in your back pocket, composition going in your favor. I think we might be heading for a 2-0, Melvin Issel.
I'm really enjoying the little clumps they have going on right here. They have the Tahm Kench Seraphine, who are absolutely crap. Look at this damage coming out.
It's just not fair. Vard might be going down in a flash, able to pull himself away, but there goes the catfish, stunned against the wall. The tongue lash, Flash comes out, diving forward. Flash able to get himself away. The damage on the wall not coming out. But meanwhile, Blue Sky Eagles are just taking towers in the bot lane.
This is the other little clump you got going. Having the bot lane plus Olaf, how do you force on them? If you go run into an Olaf, that's a bad idea. He's got two quite good items for stopping people charging at them. The Gore Drinker plus the extra healing. Not only he gets from the redemption, but also all the healing he gets from his kit. Olaf gets massive healing ratios. It got buffed to 20% heal and shield power at the start of the split when they had the whole item rework. And you have the Seraphine Sona, so if either of them are with you, you're just getting infinite HP. As long as you have enough health as your maximum, you are never dropping below it on this Olaf.
It's very disgusting.
I really like how Blue Sky Eagles have drafted in this series. If anything, that's the winner of the series so far, has been their drafts.
Hey, man, get that coach to UKL or something. I don't know. Like, this is so cool. Right. Melvin Issel, I'm going to ask you a question. Last game,
he's going to die.
You asked, he's going to. You thinking he's going to die?
He's definitely going to die. I can see where you're going. You're asking me if Vilance is going to go deathless. I don't trust him. I think that they're going to carry the game, but they are definitely running it down under a turret to chase a pentakill.
I mean,
that's
come
my
on.
prediction.
Look at the composition. How can you die, Melvin Issel?
You have a good point. They realistically shouldn't be able to die, but last time they were in Ezreal, who has an extra flash that Vayne doesn't. And this time, I can definitely see them getting so far ahead that they push up in a similar fashion to last time, and then dive Nexus Towers. That's realistically the way I see them die. Like, it's not going to be a straight-up fight, because the biggest issue you have for 752, the best fight you get starts off with a 5-person shockwave, and I don't think that's a winning fight. Let's see it right here.
Oh, that's a 1-person shockwave. Definitely not the way you want to be starting out, as that's a very nice tempered fate, but the wombo combo potential is gone. The healing is disgusting as Vilance goes so far forward, but the combination of the ults just keeps him alive. Soldycroc in the backline can't do a damn thing. Orianna is dead. Jenkins is going to be 1v2ing. Vilance is on a rampage right now. And the Xin Zhao can't 1v1 the Tahm Kench. That doesn't feel very nice. Off-meta jungler will be stunned against the wall, but he's going to be chasing this under the tower. The undertow doesn't quite connect. And Vilance tried his damnedest to die there, but he just can't.
So I want to put this one out there for you, Middlecop.
Yep.
What roles in the band that is Blue Sky Eagles is each member playing? Because obviously you have the lead singer on this Seraphine. Amrei is clearly the star of the show here. Then Sona, keyboard, that all makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
Which one is the bouncer between Tahm Kench and Olaf?
What sort of band has a bouncer?
I feel like you need a bouncer because there's a lot of people try to break into your concert so far.
Yeah, it's appreciated, but that's like other auxiliary stuff. Like, you don't tour with the same bouncers. Like, you go to a city and you're like,
in this series.
They've been like, well, in terms of just general vibes, I feel like Tahm Kench has got more of a bouncer vibe. I'm a level with you, Melvin Issel. I've had experience of bouncers in my life that have been fairly negative.
Okay.
And I feel like I've been unfairly treated.
Okay.
Tahm Kench, is unfairly treats people a lot. Like his whole lore is basically like he's making.
He's a pretty
demon...
bad guy. Yeah,
He's not a nice dude. And Olaf's just there to have a good time. So I
he's
think
got a pentakill skin. He's a drummer. We know that.
he's a drummer. Yeah, that's fair enough. Then what? Have we not got a guitarist?
I mean, Thane, they got something. I mean, is that their gimmick?
I don't know what instrument Vane plays. Probably like clarinet or something.
Yeah, they did grow up from like a rich family and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, they definitely had to learn some of those kind of instruments. I can see it.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
this
the
guy
Baron
was just
died, by the way.
they just took a Baron, by the way.
And
They're
the
going to
next
rotate
dragon's
down
gonna die.
this Drake. As you said that Zhuzhou was the only person that could build a Serpent's Fang on 752. Turns out that off-meta jungler can build one for Blue Sky Eagles. Not really sure what that's doing. There are a fair few shields on 752's composition. Don't think you really need the item, though.
At this point, as long as they don't drop to 0, Olaf is happy because they have the whole extra attack speed, the lower percentage max health they are. So that is the one thing I look at and go, all right, they are just being extremely overzealous, saying, as long as I don't hit 0, I want to be low, and I'm going to hit you like a truck if I am.
It's an interesting build. So, hold up. What do we reckon he's building next, then?
That's a good question. What on earth would you build? I mean, Guardian Angel is the obvious one, but that admits that you're going to die, so I don't know if they're that kind of attitude.
No, that's... Yeah.
What's a good utility item they could go for? Because you don't want to build the Randuins. That would be funny for reducing the AD, but...
Yeah. It's just not right.
Oh,
has Olaf got any AP... Has Olaf got any AP ratios?
I don't think so. He might have an abstract one on the Q, but that's the only one I can think.
Yeah.
I realize now we're spectating the game. I can just hover and check. No, he doesn't have any.
He doesn't. So, well, I think it was Darian that built, was it Muramana on Renekton? Or was it Aatrox?
So, I believe it. I don't know that factoid, but it's a believable one.
I believe that the Xingqiu is going down. That's a wonderful charm, but it doesn't quite connect. Valence is unstoppable. The damage from the Vayne is just way too much. Already 3 kills going over to Blue Sky Eagles. The Shockwave is nice, but it doesn't do a damn thing. Ratboy dying on the backline. Off-meta jungler just 1v1ing a tower because he feels like it. It's not like he's going to be dying. And you could just face roll these fights if you are BSE.
You have to feel bad for 752 in this one because you look at it and go, what could you have physically changed about this? Because half of the comp are different champions. It's the Tahm Kench and the Sona that have remained the same. But you stole the Ezreal. You stole the Xin Zhao. It's this fundamental core of the Tahm top of the Sona that I think needs to be banned next game. Otherwise, we are due for another run back.
As we might be due for a 3-0 as Blue Sky Eagles take game 2 in an even more commanding fashion. The lower seeded team coming out, putting up insane performances. I'm very, very worried for 752 right now.
When you come into a series, you have a good plan, and the plan works, you feel inassailable to the opposition. The attempts to try and climb the mountain of this Sona Tahm Kench duo that is realistically the 2 power points to the team, you can plug and play anything else you want.
Yeah.
You get one soft tank, one other protective champion, and then an ADC, and you're golden. And we've seen it now with 2 separate compositions. Blue Sky Eagles have a clear plan, and they're executing it very well. 752 coming into this potential last game of the series either need to find a different answer to the Tahm and the Sona or need to get rid of them, because otherwise I expect the same.
Yeah, at this point it just feels like those picks are unavoidable, untouchable. Brilliant performances from Yankins and Dale both games. That's the thing that really does it for me. It's not like these have been picks that have been quietly doing stuff in the back of the composition. They've been front and center basically the entire time. So 752 really need to pull out something a little bit wacky, potentially a little bit crazy, throw everything and the kitchen sink and find someone else's, because if you lose this game 3, you are out. We're going to be heading to a short break right now. We'll see you in a few minutes. Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to quarterfinals of the Div 1 Valence League. We've got BSE facing off against 752. Already had a couple of games going in Blue Sky Eagles' favor. Melvin Izzle, is this just going to be a quick 3-0?
We were talking about the second game. We need to see something changed. We didn't really get too much of it in the last game. This time, we definitely have a change. We have a side swap and a substitution.
Yeah, so of course, for those of you at home, Sundera is coming in for 752, which means that the Salty Croc has been taken out. Didn't have the best performances on the set, didn't really look comfortable. And I think 752 really needed to change something coming into this game because Blue Sky Eagles have just looked better and better.
I think it's partly just how the set was interacting with the Tom Kench and the team fights. Because I will say, especially in the first game, we did have Salty Croc have some plays where if they were on gold parity, if it was a normal game where it's side to side, they would have just wiped the enemy squad. There was, especially in the first one, there was a top lane siege that I remember very clearly. They got the massive jump in, everybody stunned all at once after the follow up. And then the damage just wasn't there. It was still decent, but it's one of those ones where the gold is already so far gone that set doesn't scale exceptionally well, especially when Tom Kench just offers more utility. So now, we've kind of alluded to it, but we do expect to see Tom Kench and Sona taken away on this red side now, as we will be getting a hopefully new pick and ban with Viego being banned away, but now on first time.
Yeah, but this does mean that we could potentially see the Kale come out for Villains. Has been banned twice a series, and it's actually the Seraphine being taken off the table. So if we do see the Sona and Tom Kench removed as expected, there are so many comfort picks, power picks going over to BSE.
Had things like the Ezreal picked up by both teams now. Had the Xin picked up by both teams. It was the attempt to steal it away where 752 thought that was the core component of the comp that was the problem, but it was this Tom Kenshin, the Sona, that persisted for games 1 and 2 that right now I'm going to keep pushing it until we see it banned away, because if it is not, I am going to be worried for 752 as it will be Sona finally taken away. We're going to see Delica on something different.
Okay, like, hold me, Melvin is okay. It hasn't quite happened yet. Tom Kench hasn't been taken away. We could still see Yankins piloting that one. Has looked incredibly strong so far in this series, as a Syndra is taken off the board as well, targeting out Gubex in the mid lane. Now, you can't just dan away the Sona and the Tom Kench and think that's going to magically fix all of your problems. What do 752 need to do to take this game and go for the reverse sweep?
Think they need to get aggressive in the bot lane. It's something that we saw that Flash had some pretty highlight moments last game on the Bard. Ratboy hasn't had the best series in the world, but I would say that they have the skills to back it up. If we could see them on something like the Tristana, we saw them running the Tristana Taric bot lane quite a few times in the split. I would say pairing that up with the Nocturne in the jungle, things like this. You have a cookie cutter comp. The thing that Blue Sky Eagles have done so well in both their games they've won were cookie cutter comps. Everything made sense on them. You could sub in and out certain pieces and it wouldn't make a difference. Tom Kench is still on the map. Question is, what will Sundra bring different to Salty Croc as that Mundo is locked in first?
Ooh, will choose to go where he pleases. Not seen too much Mundo. I think there was that initial hype up of the champion after his rework, but that sort of died down a little bit. But the worry for me is that Yankins looked very strong on the Tom Kench, not just in the 1v1 matchup, but also in the team fights, was landing multiple multi-man knockups. And if this is the Lee Sin again for 752, which really didn't look good in game one, I struggle to see what they're doing differently that will mean that they can take this game.
While I am not the biggest fan of a Mundo lock-in in general, I like what it means for 752. When you pick Mundo, he is the weak side champion. You just chuck him up there, you leave him on an island, and you say, die as little as you can, then come stand in front of our hyper carry. The part about that we still need to see is if they go for the hyper carry. This Kindred was banned away in both of our previous games, is now open because of the aforementioned Sona ban being added to the list. Gonna have to see if they can pilot that one well. It is good until Lee Sin be able to jump away from the queue. Means that it's pretty tough for Saros on this Lee Sin to get things done in the aggressive part, and it means that when it's paired with an AP mid laner, it can backfire quite hard, as we do have Amrei presumably reprising that Anivia again.
Yeah, and your 2v2 is actually fairly strong here. You've got a lot of damage which you can burst up quite quickly with a Kindred with that Mounting Dread. The disruption that the Anivia offers as well is going to be very pivotal when it comes to 2v2s in the river. Last pick coming through for 752 is going to be this Corki, and we saw this exact duo in game one not being able to match up against what BSE wanted to do. I struggle to see how it's going to be any different this time around.
There's not really any inherent synergy by these two champions, with the exception of the fact one does physical, Corgi does primarily magic.
Yeah.
That's the best thing you can say about them. The way I can see them changing up their fortune for this one is by going to bot lane. Getting rid of safe carries like the Ezreal is definitely a way to start that up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like the Nautilus or the Leona just locked in immediately by Ratboy when this rotation of bans finishes. So, question is Kindred going to be your primary carry for Blue Sky Eagles now, or are you going to get another hyper ADC to go with them?
Yeah, because Valence can still go towards that style, but I like that 752 have sort of indexed into what we were talking about. Mundo, very weak side. Corki, you just want to leave him on an island, let him scale as much as he can. Get Ratboy his Samira, which he's looked incredible on, but hasn't played yet this series, and absolutely dumpster Dalika and Valence in the bot lane.
Trying to think of what Soraka is a particular counter to. We do get the Tristana taken away. Go for it.
So Amrei does love to play the Soraka, but with the Anivia already locked in, which is also one of their most favorite champions, I feel it's fairly obvious that that would be going towards them. So a little bit of a wasted ban, in my opinion, from 752.
Question is what they actually go to. I'm seeing Jinx Thresh as a potential option. It's not exactly got the early skirmishing, though, is the issue. Varus, definitely a carry who is, despite the nerfs, still able to get things done. Lethality Varus paired with Corki can be a disgusting poke comp later on. That outranges Anivia, outranges Kindred. Means that now, in these last two picks, Blue Sky Eagles need to scramble. They need to find and engage fast to try and disrupt how this team fight goes. Gragas, definitely a disruptor by nature.
Yeah, happy hour. Here he comes. That cask is so good at splitting fight, getting these long range carries into the middle of the action where they really do not want to be, where the Tahm Kench and the Anivia can prevent them from really interacting with the rest of the game. If this is a center locked in, that would index into that style even further. We've got a lot of late game damage again for BSC, but also a butt ton of CC.
Question is, will that be the Gragas center bot lane, or will it be the Tahm Kench center bot lane? Does lead to some particularly notable changes where if the Tahm Kench goes down there, it really hurts Nautilus, because you chase into Tahm Kench and he just beats you up. He does a lot of base damage, and with the point and click ultimate, Tahm Kench eats you as you're about to be depth charged. Asks the questions now, as we do see Yankins taking this Gragas. There could still be a swap happening later, but I think this is the right way to go about it so far, looking at Blue Sky Eagles draft.
Yeah, and the thing about Nautilus is he's actually not a particularly tanky champion. He's got that big shield, which can do bits from early game, but as soon as the Aftershock wears off, he's made of paper. And with the Senna, who is likely going to be running that Glacial Augment as well, you've got so many ways of extending fights in the bot lane. And if you're going for a poke Varus as well, that's not what you want at all if you're on the side of 752.
So, I think the natural question is, have 752 done enough to break Blue Sky Eagles' spirit? They have managed to win the first two games playing opposite sides of the map, and now, looking at this one, I think that this comp has more options compared to the previous ones, but once again, I have to give it to Blue Sky Eagles in the draft. I think that the fact that they have the Kindred paired with the Gragas, already a wombo combo between them. You put down the ultimate, they try and run in, you push them all away. That's great. You have the Senna, hyper scaling. The Kindred, also hyper scaling. Anivia, good magic damage mix up. Tahm Kench. It's just, you look at everything, you try and think of an answer, and every scenario I'm running through that I think 752 can do to win on this red side of the map, I'm not seeing a good way that you could get away with it without very plausible counterattack from Blue Sky Eagles.
I feel like maybe you just have to index incredibly heavily into this bot lane.
Getting Varus very far ahead is one way to end a
Mm.
game. If you have the lethality Varus at least, then being able to poke out them before you get to the extended fights. Senna does not offer the same kind of healing as the enchanters we do see banned away
Yeah.
by this team. So it is one that I could see this is their best chance
Yep.
based on how oppressive Tarm Sona has been. Now the question is, can Tarm as a support get the same thing done as we have seen Tarm top do in both of the previous matches?
Yeah, it's always going to offer something different because you fundamentally aren't going to have as much gold. Itemization wise, are we likely to still see the Frostfire coming out from Tom, or is it going to be going towards that that Locket build?
Locket is usually the one you'd go for when you are defensive in nature for the bot lane. I wouldn't be upset if they went for the Frostfire, because when you do have Senna, you are being effectively funneled for the first two items, where she just doesn't want to CS, they want to poke and harass, get souls. The only thing is, I'm looking at it right now, and you have to play a bit more aggressively than traditional Senna Tahm Kench would. Not having Devour on a 20-second cooldown, having it on instead an 80-90 kind of cooldown, means that you need to be going on to Rat Boy on this Varus. Because if Senna ever lands a W, ever gets that missed route, Tahm Kench follows up with a knockup, and you are basically dead. Nautilus can't protect you.
And is this ever a lane that Ratboy and Flash win in the 2v2?
As far as damage goes, they do generally just get outstatted. I think post 6, they could definitely look for things because you can hold one of them still. I would say if you could hold Delka still, you could get them down to half bar. And then after that, it becomes kind of rough for them to protect villains. It's kind of like the principle where you have one person who can protect the other. That means you just attack the protector. And
Yeah.
the ability to kill Tom Kench here isn't high, kind of requires seeing Saros come down here on the Lee Sin or Goob roam with the package on Corki.
Because as soon as you take him to, let's say, 20% HP, there goes the Grey Health Shield. You've burnt all your CC. He's just going to dive away. And you don't really have the setup in your other lanes to be able to impact them in the same sort of way. And if you're BSE, I think you've got that set up even more. Gragas has a lot of CC, and Nivea has a lot of CC and a fair bit of damage as well. So it feels like Taco's got a lot of options, but Saros is really limited in what he can do.
Oh, I was waiting to see what the runes were for this one because it kind of changes the point a bit. And what I was going to say is, in the top lane, Mundo can potentially fish for kills onto Gragas if they are greedy and go for things like the Comet or the Grasp. Going very, very defensive with this phase rush means that now it's so difficult for Sundara to stick on them, even in the best case scenario. This Gragas is just so slippery.
Yeah, as I'm just pausing on 10 seconds there, Melvin, as all. We are in the game. Just have to wait on our producer to give us the go-ahead. And we are on to the Rift in what is potentially the final game of this best of 5 series. We've got Blue Sky Eagles on the blue side, have looked dominant so far, up to and 0-752 on the red side, looking to make the reverse sweep by winning this game. Melvin Izzle, is it a likely scenario as we see a little bit of damage placed onto the Lee Sin already?
Generally speaking, reverse sweeps are so taxing to do, but I think that removing the Sona is the main thing that has almost forced Blue Sky Eagles to show a different kind of style. But the issue is I'm saying different, not worse.
Yeah.
This Kindred with the core carry of the team, then having the facilitating but none particularly aggressive lanes, plays to a similar way that we've seen them in every other game where they just haven't been the aggressors. They've always been the ones that respond, the ones that respect the opposition, and then get to a point where they're so far ahead that it's really hard to do anything to them. I imagine they're going for a similar approach this game. It's just that they have slightly more weaker points. There's the accessible Gragas in the top lane, where as soon as phase rushes down, Lee Sin can look there. The bot lane, post 6, it's pretty unkillable. Pre 6, definitely somewhere you could look to gank.
Yeah, and it will all be on Seros to get that done because you don't have the agency in the rest of your lanes to make it happen. As we do see the hook landing immediately onto Valence, who takes a lot of his health bar in trade. Okay, you're feeling pretty good about this if you're 752.
Ella Blades proc off of that hook is what you need to be getting done, and you need to get done consistently, because as you can see here, both bot laners opting for the biscuits means that this trading will be regenerated over the course of the lane. It is just the question of if you can burst them out before then. Gonna hit level 2 off of this next minion. Now it is the point where you can maybe fish for an even more aggressive kill. As oh, that was nearly very good gut by Goob. That could have been rough, because if you don't get exactly that amount of minions, then you do not hit level 3, and that makes your next part of the jungle very difficult.
But it does mean that Goob has spotted out where the Kindred is going. So doesn't get full value from that, but still a good play nonetheless. We see both junglers pathing to what looks towards top side of the map. Jenkins currently pushing in Sundara under his tower, building a little bit of a CS lead, but I imagine that's going to even out fairly soon.
I like this as an option, partly because when you're against the Kindred, denying the Mark Scuttle Crab is very important because it means that they aren't as incentivized to invade you. You can usually have a safer time in the early game, and because you have so much prio in this Varus and Nautilus, that bot lane Scuttle Crab is all but guaranteed. So at this point, they could just walk away, give Kindred this one, and say, all right, I'm going for bot. It looks like, though, they want to look for it aggressively. I don't think you're favored as a level 3 Mundo versus this.
Oh, in goes the Lee Sin. There goes Jenkins, flash body slamming. The Warthog over the wall gets the smite for the heal, and Kindred is taken very low, forced to flash away, but Gubex grabs the first blood. Okay, 752 making the plays, panning out for them.
Lee Sin's stat line quite good in the early few levels, is able to put down off-meta jungler who... they picked up a Sheen. That's a Divine Sunder, a Kindred, if I've ever seen one myself. They are saying, all right, you could take the enchanters and the healing away from me, but I will find them. I will get that sustain one way or the other, as it will be the 1-0 early gold lead over to 752, and they have got to be happy with that. This is at very least a change of pace for the rest of the series.
Yeah, and getting the Corki snowballing whilst he's not going to be doing bits in the next few minutes, as we see the Tahm Kench diving forward onto Ratboy, is forced to flash away. Now Flash uses his namesake and the dredge line to get out of dodge, but double summoners down for the red side of bot lane. A repeat gank is a possibility.
Big win off meta jungler, not having to invest much, just showing their face and saying, if you don't respect this, you will die. Pretty much showing exactly what would be the case. And the best part for them is that extra time that they spent in the bot lane actually lets their jungle respawn in such a way that they get an even more efficient clear. Now, we've got to see what this Corki is doing, because the package is not up, but they are able to spot out Kindred here and get another ward down. Very impactful for being able to track them, because it means that you can be ahead of the game when it comes to getting to these early crabs and denying the Kindred marks. Really good trading happening mid for Doom.
That's pretty nice. As there goes 752 down onto Valence and Daleka. Not quite able to do the damage in time. The hook goes wide. Piercing arrow not going to be taking down the Tahm Kench either, but good pressure from the Lee Sin. We did see on the minimap the bottom scuttle was the marked one. It was taken by red side, so denying marks away from the Kindred early on, very important, as Seros looks like he started up this Drake at 5 minutes. Very early take, but Kindred can't respond.
Is going to be a Ocean one, which is pretty much the best dragon you can get in the early levels, just for giving you that health sustain in the lanes. Sundra is going to be very, very happy with this. Up in this top lane, the Gragas, who is 2 levels up currently, is going to be all about poking them off. I'm curious to see how they actually maintain that 2 levels. I'm assuming it's because they managed to walk back to the lane after the initial skirmish, as it will close now, but still noteworthy, having the ultimate against your laner means that now Jenkins can look to TP if there's ever a deep wall bot lane, where Sundara, at least on this Mundo, just doesn't offer the same thing in these early few levels when they're not just a massive stat stick that you cannot deny.
And importantly, Mundo can't interrupt the teleport. So if Sundara tries to go for a play to do that, then he won't be able to, and it'll just be delaying himself getting to the play. It's a good start here for 752, but we said that last game, and Blue Sky Eagles have got a lot of scaling again on their composition. We need to see the envelope push. We need to see this slight advantage that 752 have got to themselves actually utilized to its full potential.
And I'm going to throw it out there. We did see that Kindred managed to pick up their first mark of the game, which means now it's going to be Scuttle Crabs and Raptors that we need to be keeping an eye on. Every time that Lee Sin Raptor camp is up, they are going to be fishing for it. And when you have an Anivia, it's a pretty reliable way to get that mid push. But the only thing is, with the fact that Goob was the beneficiary of double buffs, it means that they have been able to keep pressure here and effectively enable that early dragon take. We did see Flash roam up to mid there. Isn't going to get anything. Will be the Gromp getting marked because nothing else is available at the moment. So Kindred passive's weird. It goes up in strange priority lists, but long story short, it's just going to get harder and harder for her to access more and more camps that spawn.
And we did see on the minimap off-meta jungler taking their own red buff, which was spotted out by a ward placed by Goobex. 752 have done a very good job this game tracking the Kindred. And look, she hasn't really been able to get anything done on the map.
Which you are fine with, because when it comes to getting these early dragons, you are going to have bot prio every single time. There's no way Senator Kench could contest you on the minion wave unless you are getting caught out with off-meta jungler there to pressure. But when you have this kind of constant vision control where you always know where Kindred is, Varus and Nautilus can just stand up super aggressive and say, oi, you're not allowed any further than this. We will get that Dragon Pro, and you are not getting further. As we do see, is going to be the Bammy Cinder picked up for Tom Kench now. Is likely to be that Frostfire you were talking about earlier. So it means that they will become a hell of a bruiser as the game advances, but that is going to be a little while in advance.
Yeah, as again, we see another ward placed by 752 inside off-meta jungler's jungler. He's can't do anything without being spotted out. We'll hit that and grant them the vision. We saw this last game from 752 going for this swap for 8 minutes to secure themselves a Herald, and Sundara is going to be very happy collecting waves on the bot side.
They're never going to get killed by a Tom Kench Senna, and when Tom Senna was the main duo everywhere across the world, one of the biggest counterplays you could do is rotate your bot lane for this Herald, because even if you don't have a Mundo who's happy to sit on the tower, these two do not kill tower plates quickly.
Oh, they might be killing the Lee Sin very quickly as he's forced to flash away. That's a playmaking summoner spell not going to be available. And here goes Taco trying to grab this Skull Crab, but you're not allowed to do that, but he does use the Lamb's Respite, but will get knocked outside of it, and Sundara will pick up the kill.
That is the Lee Sin interaction with Kindred. It is a favorable matchup for that reason and that reason alone. If they ever get on top of you, they have the damage to kill you, which I think is part of the reason that Sundara has been built by off-meta jungler here. And to go with their namesake, isn't a bad item for Kindred by any means. They're happy getting a Sheen item. They constantly jump around with the Qs, so they will be able to get value out of it. But having that additional tankiness means that they could survive being booted out of their own ult with time to get back in.
As we do see Vilance and Delicar moved towards the mid lane, which is going to prevent them from really being able to get pressure at any point, because Goob can just continually clear out these waves, and that gives time for 752 to get some pressure around this bot side. The Anivia is very squishy, does still have the passive, but if you go for a dive on Turk, can definitely be made to work.
You have the dragon spawning in 30, and it is sacrificing the top lane tower for this, actually. Plates going over to Jenkins, and they will be going for the Everfrost build, which makes them a massive headache for everybody to deal with, even the Mundo, who can resist some crowd control. That was good. That was good.
That was pretty rude from Goob. As we do see the second Drake spawning onto the Rift. Will be Cloud or Mountain Soul, so not the biggest objectives in the world, but definitely won't say no to that power level. And the second picked up by 752 without any real contest coming out.
I think if we were to hope for a Rift, if you are on the Blue Sky Eagles squad, you definitely want a Mountain one. Yeah. As the RNG goes in their favor. Reason for that being that Senna and Gragas with this build. I'll stop there a moment.
You will stop there as Sandro is going to be forced to run away. Mundo does go where he pleases, and it pleases him to flash out, hit the blast cone, and get out of dodge.
trying to deny that mark over to the Kindred. But look at this dedicated effort from the entire Blue Sky Eagles squad. I mean, when you want to get your hyper carry fed, they've had a rough start, and this is one way to at least give them resources. On the other side of the map, it will be tower plates traded. With Rift Herald up, they are barely not going to be able to kill that tower off of this wave. The question is if Amre is going to make it to the turret in time to defend it. They will not, so they do secure the first blood gold and all the plates. You have got to be pleased with that.
That's a big gold injection. The first really sizable lead of this game is taken by 752. And Amre's a little bit too far up. The Nivea doesn't want to be there. That's so much damage coming out from Ratboy into the egg form, but you're going to get scrambled. Kill goes over to the Varus. Might be a second one coming over as well as Flash lands the hook. Goob is on the backside. Daleka is getting caught out, will be kicked back and taken down. The teleport coming out though from Yankins, and the Tomkich is still alive. This could be getting turned around. The flash forward, Ratboy does finally get the kill, but 752 is going to be falling in trade. One more hit will take down Gragas as Goob grabs that one as well. Ends up being a 3-for-1 across the map in favor of 752.
Bit of a sunk cost issue right there, saying, all right, we'll save you. No, okay, we've got to do everything to save the next person, and it backfires in a big way. Off-mare jungler attempting to get something on the other side. But this is a Mundo. They have the ultimate, so they can survive it, but it's going to be close.
It's going to be close. Does pop that finally. One more hit would take him down, but there goes the regen. And neither player wants to take the risk of going forward. Off-meta jungler does have access to the Lamb's Respite. I don't think they're done here, but they're going forward and taken so damn low. Decide to just back away in the end.
You could see that near the end of that trade, Sundra was running like a lunatic towards that minion to try and swat it at the Kindred. Will not get it. Will manage to get away with their life on that one. And a pretty positive trade by their team on the other side of the map. Thing is, if you don't have the body slam, if you don't have the Everfrost completed, you really can't chase the Mundo. But once you do, it pivots entirely and becomes a massive nuisance where Sundra can't really run away anymore.
So speaking of Sundra, that has now been picked up by Taco. Talked about it being not a bad item on Kindred. Is its effectiveness optimal here, or should you have gone for something else?
Well, the thing is, actually, the culprit of this item being nerfed is on the team. The Senna is in the game right now. They're the reason that the range champions had a worse ratio put onto this for the healing. It's partly them, partly Ezreal that was such big abusers of it. By the looks of it, I'm actually imagining that Valence is also going to go for the Sundra, and the reason this item is being picked up by both the ADCs here is, you look at the enemy team, they're kind of one-hit wonders. The Poke Varus, it tries to burst you out. The Corki, yeah, they have some sustained DPS, but it's a lot of throwing out the big one and then trying to chunk you out with some other abilities.
Yeah.
Lee Sin, similar constants. So as long as you can survive that, make your way over to Delica on this Tahm Kench, survive long enough for the Lamb's Respite to come in, you're going to be okay, and the extended fights will then always lean towards you.
So, 15 minutes into the game, we are a minute until this Mountain Drake spawns. In both previous games, we've seen 752 drop the ball around third Drakes, and they end up going over to BSE. They're not starting up Drake, though. They're starting up the Rift Herald, and we'll be able to get this one without much contest. So, feels like it's going a little bit better for the red side team.
Give them credit, and when you have Ratboy on this lethality Varus, you have siege potential. You can try and poke him out because you do not have the constant abuse that is Enchanters re-healing people. Yeah, Senna does some healing, but it's mainly for herself. The actual healing on her Q scales of lethality, which I highly doubt we will see getting built on them anytime soon. So, looking towards how this game is going to advance, there's a good window for 752 to take this one. They are going to be able to break open this mid lane here, which is so impactful against Anivia. She really cares about having this tower alive.
Oh, the cast doesn't quite connect in the optimal way. As Flash is in the middle of everyone. Will grab the kill onto the Varus. 752 is stunned, though. Will be falling down in trade. And that sort of limits your ability to actually make a play onto this Drake. 752 trying to poke out as much as they can, but the Nautilus is low. And here comes BSE trying to assert themselves on the mid lane and pick up this Drake.
I think even if the Dragon does go down into 752's favor, The biggest issue there for me is the fact they didn't kill mid tower.
Mm.
Getting mid tower away from an Anivia is so important because she could just stonewall you, or ice wall you, I guess, to keep you away from it for pretty much ever, which means that even with good poke, it becomes really hard to end the game, as now we do have everybody collapsing for this.
Everyone's going for this. We see Taco jump out of the pit. A lot of damage dropped onto Ratboy. The Gragas is in the middle of nowhere, falling down for the second time in a minute. Flash one hit away. Flash fall from Villains as the Drake does go over to the blue side, but the fight isn't going in their favor at all. Double kill comes out for Ratboy. He's going to make it a third onto Dalaki, who gets the flash over the wall, but the piercing arrow slices through his heart as the Anivia will fall down. Villains kicked away. And oh my god, you got the Drake, but you paid the ultimate price. Ace coming out for 752.
We have got a series on our hand now, putting up a fight this game, and I feel like they're in a position where they are more than happily going to be able to knock down some turrets off of this and put themselves in a state where they could set up for the Baron and look to even end off of the first push, which I do think is necessary, because when you are in a game like this against the Senate, against the Kindred, the game only has to go on for so long, and then it's really hard to do anything to them. So keep the pressure up, try and end the game off of that, because you cannot allow this to go long.
Yeah, but as we get to towards the mid game, the item spike's really coming out for 752. Ratboy already picked up this Dusk Blade of Drakthar. And with the Muramanas going to be in short order for both ADCs on the red side, we're going to be hitting points of power for them at the perfect time.
It has to be said that looking back at that last fight, Delca did not have the Frostfire completed. They were sat on a Bammy Cinder. They were basically negligible in that fight damage-wise. Top side, we had Yankins, who still does not have the Everfrost complete. The whole point of this AP Gragas is that you just become a nuisance because you hit people with the Everfrost, you constantly kite them out. It's very annoying to deal with, but they're so far behind tempo, they're basically not even relevant in the discussion right now.
Sundera can just emote spam flex on these guys, and yeah, they're not looking relevant. 6k behind, they got the Drake, but they're still down one in 3 minutes time. I don't think that you win a fight. And 752, after looking pretty disappointing in the first 2 games of the series, are starting to come back in a big way.
Does lead you to think what happens if we do get into the next game, how we see adaptations by Blue Sky Eagles in the draft, because in the first 2 games it was cookie cutter. We talked about it. Sona Tom Kench, that won you the game twice in a row. If you don't have the Sona to pair with it, then the Tom Kench doesn't seem to be working for you as of current. There's too many threats on the opposing team, not enough single target threat. Well, there's right there to save you.
But it's a big cooldown. We talked about that in draft. It's not 20 seconds anymore. That is an ultimate. Gone.
100-second cooldown right now.
And it might be catching out 752 instead, though. It's taking a lot of damage. Uses the Gold Drinker very early. That's a very nice kick, though, as he may go back in, but opts against it. Blue buff secured for off-meta jungler. That's the only thing they're going to be grabbing there, as that's another tower falling for Ratboy. Structures going down across the map, favoring 752.
And one thing I've just tuned into to look at is that Kindred, 3 marks. 4 is where you get the big 75 range increase. Right now, they are playing effectively a screen away from Ratboy and Goob to try and actually contest them. As soon as you get that 4th mark, then it kind of shifts back in your favor and you can reasonably contest. You can outrange the Lee Sin notably. You can actually chunk out Flash and Sundera over the wall. But until then, if they can keep our arms reach, then you're going to be happy for 752, because this Kindred isn't really a threat to you yet.
Yeah, it's like she's living in the Weimar Republic. Those marks are worth absolutely nothing at this point. Needs to start getting those stacking up, inflating that number and getting those range increases so she can become a champion.
I can hear you smirking as you said that. I could hear it through the microphone. It's impressive how you managed to do that one right there. I just wanted to stop and pause on that one.
I haven't casted in 2 weeks. I wanted to come back. We had some shenanigans last game with you talking about somehow Tom Kench being a bouncer in a band. Just let me have my thing, okay, bro?
I like it. I'm not complaining. It was good. I'm just pointing it out because we had a bit of a lull state there before the Dragons. So thought I'd fill the time with, lively discussion. We've got
Lively
30
discussion?
seconds before it spawns, and taking a look at it, it looks like there is no real defensive effort coming in from Blue Sky Eagles, and normally in this position you would say, oh, but they could try and take the Baron and threaten it, but Kindred
No.
and Senna are not Baron Shredders with Divine Sundra.
Absolutely not at this point. You're laying aside so all out of whack, and this has to be a
Excited effort?
conscious decision. Blimey.
There you go.
Really can't speak. Words are coming out eventually. Has to be a conscious decision for BSE, because they've actually looked pretty good in terms of macro throughout the rest of this series. As Sundra maybe a little bit overextended. That passive means that he's not getting CC'd. Will be stunned there though, but the healing is pretty substantial at this point, and Delica tanking the tower, going for the chase, but the Mundo just isn't dying. Here comes Gubex. It's a very nice Lamb's respite, but once that time's out, you are in a world of trouble. The Corki on 1.5 items, the TP coming out, trying to cut off their escape, and Villance is a little bit caught out here. The rest of the red side are coming through, looking to destroy any hopes that BSC have got.
Oh, they were trying to get their jungler out right there so the Baron could be taken, but they could not get him away.
All TPs are coming in though. Goob taken very low by Villance. One more hit, grabs the shutdown. Is this going in favor of Blue? They are able to take down the Gragas immediately. An off-meta jungler doesn't have the ultimate available, will be falling in trade. It's a 1 for 2 right now. Make that a 1 for 3. Make that a 1 for 4 as it's a double kill for the Lee Sin. And Andre on the Anivia. Looking like Kentucky Fried Chicken right now, as they have got no hope of getting out. Giving it over to the Lee Sin, dropping into that egg form. How do you like him, Melvin Izzle?
I will take them scrambled right in front of the Baron buff. I think that's the best place to have your eggs in the morning, as now this is going to be almost definitely secured by 752, who are currently at the KD between the two teams that they lost to in the previous game. So I think they're going to be very pleased of how this one is playing out.
Okay, but you need to stay calm right now if you are a 752 fan. You still need to end the game. It's not over until the Nexus falls, but if you can grab the Baron buff here, which looks pretty certain, you're putting yourself in a damn good position.
This Baron buff will persist all the way up until that Mountain Dragon spawns, so you really want to be breaking open the base, because if you look at the minimap right now, there's still solid defensive points for this Anivia to slow you down. 2 towers in the mid lane, 2 in the top lane, it's only 1 in the bottom lane, as it looks like that has been immediately identified by 752, sending people into this half of the map. They're going to try and get the prio, helps out for the dragon as well. If you can get deep vision in, then look for a reset before the objective, that will put them in the ideal spot to be able to come out on the map and have a solid fight to go for that soul and potentially in the game of it.
Yeah, and they're in a great position. Ratboy is 9 mana away from completing this Mirror Mana Flash. Might be caught out, though. Might be forced to use that. Doesn't have it available. The roots are coming out, but the damage isn't there to back it up. And that's so much dealt by Ratboy onto off-meta jungler. TP's coming in. Sunder is here as well. They are able to push any further forward. Ultimately, TP used from the red side, but I think they're going to be fine with that.
As the Mirror Mana now available on the Corki, the poke on this champion need not be explained. Keep an eye. Every time a rocket lands, it is going to chunk. Combined with the fact they have a Varus next to them, that's mixed damage you can't do anything about. So it is going to be fancy feet required for Blue Sky Eagles if they want any chance to be able to survive this siege.
But what is it, just relying on dumb luck at that point? Who do you need to be getting onto if you are BSE?
Well, the thing is, Ratboy has Flash to have heal. It's really difficult to kill them, and Goober has the Valkyrie, so it's realistically just hoping that you can now force something immediately after one of those cooldowns is used, because you see it, you managed to get it with the Anivia wall, but in reality, I don't think it's going to be consistent enough. It's just about killing the minions. If you can keep them away and only lose 1 inhib tower, potentially defend everything, that's a win for you.
Well, Sunder was looking to take down that tower on the bottom side of the map, and the siege continuing in the mid lane. And now that BSC have to move members around, the structures are going to start falling. Still got a fair bit of time left on this Baron, as the Mundo really doesn't care about what Taco's trying to do.
This Kindred does negligible damage at a point. They just cannot contest with the itemization they've got. it's not enough. It keeps them somewhat alive, but being alive doesn't matter if you can't kill anyone, as we kind of saw, ironically, what they were doing to the opposite team in the previous games of their comps. So now, the off-meta part of the off-meta jungler is not paying off, as it looks like the final reset will be taken. Respite for Blue Sky Eagles. Base wasn't broken open on that Baron push. They got a tower, but not anything more.
But look at the side of 752, about to pick up this Mountain Soul. There's no real way that Blue Sky Eagles can contest them, and there's no anti-heal on them at all. When you've got all those extra resistances paired up with the Mundo, with the Lee Sin, with the Corki, who have got so much healing from their items and just in their kits, it's so difficult to take down any member of the 752 squad.
It's when it's 800 gold for all of the items that give you anti-heal to get that part. It's just 800 gold you don't have, simply put.
Yeah.
Blue Sky Eagles, they don't have the excess money to be able to go for it. You'd like Gragas to have potentially an Oblivion Orb at this point, because they have a lot of AoE, the consistency of the Everfrost, similar thing for Amray, but you just don't have the money in your pocket. You have had to cut costs everywhere here. We did see off-meta jungler was able to invade and pick up an extra camp there. That has them at 5 marks now, so they are able to actually fight back. They just don't have really that much damage to win the fight back.
Yeah, but an extra 75 range means absolutely nothing versus Goob and Ratboy. The poke is honestly disgusting. If you're doing 400 damage to a Tarm Kench, think about how quickly you slice through a Kindred.
Well, that's what we've got to keep an eye out here. We do have a flank.
Oh, that's a beautiful flash engage. Just shutdown goes over to Villains. This is the fight that they needed to find. Flash dredge lining away. The flash forward from Dalika goes back over the wall. Another combo, another CC, another dead member of 752. Sunder is not in the fight, but his team might get sundered. As Gubex Valkyries away, the tongue lash isn't quite in range. Off-meta jungler goes forward, but Mundo's just taking the inhib right now. He doesn't care about what's happening to his team.
It looks great, but in the end, it's still going to be counterattacked. Even just breaking open the base is significant. He's going to be close if they can actually kill this. Fight continuing, try to stop bases. It looks like they're going to have to give up.
He pops the ultimate and there is no anti-heal available, so he could just tank them for absolutely ages. Inhibitor is going to be falling. Mundo has to die as well. Able to use that passive to get out. Flashes back. There is no way that Sunderer gets out here. Flash forward from off-meta jungler will hit him with the mounting dread. Another shutdown going over to Villance as Yankis is chasing down Goob. Doesn't have access to the Valkyrie. A beautiful cast. Another kill. How are they doing this? How are they turning this around? 752 have thrown a game that they had to have won. The Devour used. Another kill goes over. Baron is in 20 seconds. There's only 2 members of 752 alive.
I am honoring Yankins after this game no matter what happens. The reason that you are even calling this a competition, the reason that they were allowed to get back into the start is the fact that they just got 2 consecutive massive combos on the Gragas. We were waiting for them to pick up the Everfrost. They got it and they can use it.
We've got a game.
It's not just a series, it's a game. You know what? We'll take it.
Both of them simultaneously.
Okay, so
Baron is on the table. Baron is on the table.
Massive vision advantage currently for 752 all around the jungle. And with that bot lane inhibitor down, it has to be paid attention to the 2 mid lane TPs. There is a TP advantage right now for Blue Sky Eagles. They have it on both solo laners, but Anivia clears the waves the best. You want her on the side. But Goob, if anything goes wrong, if we see Anivia TP over and Yankins dies, Goob could just TP to the bot lane and end the game. That's something that you need to be cognizant of for the Blue Sky Eagles. You cannot let them just end the game behind you, which is why, as you can see here, they're actually walking quite far up to clear this next minion wave so they can back off and get everybody grouped up again. But look at the minimap right there. Kindred's about to walk over it. There's a single ward that they have vision on. It's too far away from the control ward, meaning that that is all you need for 752. That is all you need to say, all right, Kindred's left. Let's look at the Baron.
And they are looking at it with hungry eyes. They know the feeling they can't disguise. as they're not starting it up yet. They're still scared. Look at Villain's inventory. That is a mortal reminder. All of that healing that you had in the previous fight that you lost is going to be cut by 60%. Rankin stepping very far forward. The Sonic Wave not quite connecting. So looking to make a play onto the center. There it goes. It does connect, but the ward hop is failed here. And now the Lee Sin can get kited. So much damage being dealt to him. The hook lands onto the Tom Kenju. Isn't the primary target. There comes the ultimate. The Lamb's Respite is excellent, but he walks out of it and is taken down. Ratboy is hooked up, but he grabs himself a double kill. Sundera goes where he pleases on the other side of the fight. And it goes back in favor of 752.
On Sundera comes out on top against 2, that fight right there, the Mundo, too much of a nuisance. The disrupt onto Amray's Anivia means that there is not the constant damage, and we do see that Saros is able to just walk it out. They will crack open the base again with this inhib, and I assume they're going to go back to the Baron. They could have looked to end, but it would have been greedy because Anivia could just full wave clear. You could see that it's never even really been a question that the bot lane has been going down. So now it's watching Kindred. Can they get to the pit? They can be hidden by the Senna Shroud, but after that, they have to walk up. Flash does not have the ultimate available. The Chains of Corruption are up. The kick is available. They should not be allowed in this pit.
Yankees has TP. If they want to go for it, he is TPing into the area. BSC aren't giving this one up without a fight. Will go in favor of 752, but they're looking to take the fight afterward. That's a beautiful flash body slam into the cast, but the damage onto the Gragas is way too much. Off by the jungler caught on the other side, and he can't do anything. Here comes Anri, gets a really nice glacial augment off there, but the fight is just going in favor of 752 again. Finally, the Lamb's Respite is off cooldown and able to be used. The stun connects onto the Lee Sin, but he's going to be falling down before he can follow through with the Sonic Wave. Sundra 1v1ing an egg on the other side of the map, who's forced to flash away. The wall is good, will keep Anivia alive, but look, there are 2 inhibs down, and 752 have got an open base to stare at.
Wait, this is really good. If Amray can buy enough time, that's both the teleport champions that are currently chasing this Anivia. You will get interrupted and killed by the Corki. It's just how long can they take? It means that the Nexus isn't going to fall here, but you have to say it's the most dire of spots. You're going to be fighting against Dragon, Soul, Baron, and Elder, because I don't think the off-meta jungler will be allowed to get near this pit. They barely got close to that one, and they had a hell of an escort mission to do it, so with the inhib respawning in the bottom lane, there is going to be the vision hidden. It's potential. Let's take a look and see how far they can get. I'm going to check in on the Senna souls in this meantime.
Yeah, but Saros is a little bit far away from the pit. Off-meta jungler, though, going to answer in the mid lane. They're not going for the contest. Yankins goes over the wall, but he'll be dredgelined immediately. What? The communication isn't there. We'll be able to bop himself away, but not before Goob can go on a rampage. And it's a split call. Kindred is in the top side jungle. What are you doing, guys? Elder Drake goes over to 752. They're going to be looking to take us to a game 4.
The best you can get done here for the Eagles is to just wave clear with Anivia, but I don't see that you could get away with that against Baron plus Elder. If one Varus Q lands onto this Senna, they are going to be within kill range. Like, I can't see them being able to survive this poke here. Look at the level difference. It is 2 levels up on Ratboy right now. They're going to try and defend, but it's going to be tough.
Oh, the package is absolutely huge, but that is a very, very good Lamb's Respite. It's not going to matter for Delicate as he was stood outside of it and will be falling down. Going forward here on the Corki will be shut down, though. The Elder buff isn't doing enough. Off-meta jungler going forward as well. First Nexus Tower will be falling. Sundera in the front line, taking up as much damage as he can. Gragas is back alive. The Mundo is dead, though. How are they doing this? Into the Zonias. That's a wonderful cast onto the Varus, but he's not knocked into the rest of the team. Villians is staying alive. They're just hitting the Nexus. They're just trying to end the game. The flash ball for off-meta jungler gets kicked away from it. Just hit the damn Nexus, end the game, and they do it!
Saros are ending up the game as the only member left on their team will take us to a game 4.
What was that?
They've done it. That was everything in their favor. 752 walking in your base with a Mountain Soul, with the Elder, with the Baron, and it comes down to the last hit on the Nexus. Are you kidding me?
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I need a drink, and I'm not sure if it's water. We're going to a break. See you in a few minutes. Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to Valence League Div 1 quarterfinals between BSE and 752. Melvin Izzle, Melvin Izzle, Melvin Izzle. I thought we were headed for a straight 3-0 victory for the side of Blue Sky Eagles. Boy, was I wrong.
It looked like it was their series to win. The Sona Tom Kench was too strong this time, pivoting for the double ADC tactic in the draft. Looking at it, it looked pretty much the same story. It looked inassailable, but we saw the acceleration early, getting Rat Boy ahead on their Varus.
Yeah.
Saros having a great performance, and the substitution of bringing in Sundara worked like a charm.
Absolutely. Sandra seems so much more comfortable on the Mundo on that weak side. And finally, Ratboy has been given the opportunity to play ADC so many times. Like in the previous games, he's been sort of left out to dry, not really been given the resources that he needed. But his Varus, honestly, disgusting in that previous game.
There's a reason that globally, in all levels of play, Varus gets continuously banned because if they're in the game, they shut down a lot of different styles. You can't really play Callista into Varus. You can't really play Caitlyn into Varus. Senna, they do not escape the Varus poke. Tom Kench cannot save you from that. You need enchanters, boy, and they killed all the enchanters in that pick ban.
Yeah, banning out the Sona and the Seraphine, we were concerned that they left the Tom Kench available, but with it going down into that bot lane, didn't have the same impact as when Yankins was piloting it earlier on in the series. Now, if I'm on the side of Blue Sky Eagles, I'm starting to feel a little bit worried here because they've consistently shown different draft, different ways of playing the game. And whilst they won game two, they fell behind early on. And to lose like that in the game three on your match point game, that feels pretty rough. We could be going to all five.
It was a dramatic ending, going down to the
Mhm.
last person of 5 alive hitting Nexus. If they had survived that, then I feel like they could have kept the game alive after that
Yeah.
point, because if you can resist a Baron plus Elder push, come out with an ace, and then walk down lanes, collect farm up, it's really difficult to end after that because you just lose the mental war. The objectives would have been desynced. It could have been a whole different story. The 3-0 was very much alive at
Yeah.
the end of the previous game. Now, I think we're in reverse sweep territory if we get another draft like last time.
It's feeling like it. So, what do Blue Sky Eagles need to do to prevent that to becoming a reality and ending this series right here, right now?
I would be pretty excited to see if Amrei would play the bottom lane
Mm?
with their Soraka, because that was
Yes.
banned second rotation last time, and they picked up the Anivia, went mid, sent Vilance down to bot lane. They did the Senna stuff, which I think could have worked, but did not in this example. I don't think it's worth them giving it the run back and trying it again. I think it's probably just a safer bet for you to pivot your style entirely to different people on different roles. I think that on the Seraphine in game two, Amrei was a monster. Give them
Yep.
the Soraka. I don't care if it's mid or bot lane. Give them whatever's more comfortable, and
Yep.
I believe in them to carry.
Yeah. And enable villains as well. I think is the main thing. They never really felt like they got off the ground that game. Which has been so important because they have had absolutely stellar performances. We are going into the champion select now for game four. And what do you know, Melvin? It's all Kale is being banned against Villans.
Gotta get rid of it. Gotta get rid of Goob's Victor. These two champions kind of warp how the game will be played with the current styles of what we're seeing. We are expecting double enchanters, the Sona and the Seraphine, to be banned away. Last time they did the other order, I'm not going to say it's anything out of the ordinary yet. The Viego is gone too. So, let's take a look and see if we get what we're expecting. Will it be a Seraphine now? I would hope so,
Yeah.
because otherwise you are giving away, I think, a very strong pick. There you go. It does mean the Anivia's still up. Now is the time to find out in the first rotation if they will stick with that Anivia.
Yeah, well, it's bans identical by both sides, which I like to see. It means you've got a little bit of confidence in how you've been drafting. Varus looked very, very good for Rat Boy and is one of those blindable ADCs that, like you mentioned, does fairly well into pretty much anything. So getting it picked up on your first rotation here, I'm a fan of it.
I would say it's my favorite of the first picks we've had this series, with Xin Zhao being the only one that kind of contested it. We have seen this Tom Kench picked up by Blue Sky Eagles in every game. Yankins has 100% win rate. Delca has 0. I would say that's more situational.
Read into that a little
it's not
bit.
their fault. Yeah. It's not their fault. There was definitely a bit more of a broken combo with the Tom Kench when it was top lane than when it was bot lane. A lot of hovers going through right now. I don't think we're going to read into any of them until we get that Nocturne. Soros's most played champion to an extent in the VL and generally in solo queue. This is a bit of a disrespect pick.
Yeah, I mean, it can get countered, and it's not really looked particularly strong in terms of pure champion power for a little while now. Obviously, existed as that flex pick between multiple lanes for a decent period of time, but has fallen down in the priority, and it is going to be the Lee Sin picked up once again.
Saros defaulting to their comfort, and the reason that you lock in a Nocturne here is because you see a Varus. Varus was a problem. Dive Varus, kill Varus, kill Varus. So that is all you're saying to yourself. They are just going to run bot lane every time they're level 6, and as soon as the ultimate is back off cooldown, this Varus will be getting jumped on.
Yeah, so is there a pick that you should be going for on the side of 752 to protect this?
Yeah, Tom Kench. Funny that.
Galio instead, I think pretty similar. Big beefy boy, lots of CC, lots of ways of keeping Rat Boy alive.
It's a good flex pick between mid and support. When I was doing a little bit of scanning, Flash was the only person I could see that had games on it, so I imagine it will be going to them. And it works a lot better when it's next to your carry, because Nocturne against Shen and Galio, who we do see Shen picked up now, he kind of breaks their legs because he turns on the ultimate and you can't ult in response if you're on the enemy team, which means now Blue Sky Eagles kind of going for a stealth bomber comp right here. They're going to turn the lights out. Everybody's going to appear in a lane and just kill this Varus over and over again, is how I'm seeing it playing out. I expect things like a Kaiser to potentially follow up, but that's not really the cast style we've seen from either of these ADCs that we've had for the team.
Yeah, the Shen also very just strong pick in general in the 1v1 in top lane, where we've been seeing Yankis winning out multiple times. And with the Tom Kitchen now going into the bot lane, that would imply that they maybe want to run back the center again. Is there a pick that you think would be a bit better than that? You've already mentioned the Kaiser.
I am sneakily thinking of a Ziggs. And
okay.
it would help with the damage portfolio. It plays into that comp of you turn the lights out and everything explodes. And we actually did see, I believe it was, I'm trying to think, I think it was Hillisang potentially, played the Shen support with it and just never showed up to lane. And the Ziggs was able to just solo lane on their own, which you can definitely do. It can survive against Varus, so it is an option. I didn't see Ziggs on any of these OPGGs, but if they go for the strategy, it's a proven quantity. It can work.
I mean, Amray loves to play mages. I don't think there's too much difference in terms of the play pattern. Obviously, skill shot accuracy is going to be very important on the Ziggs once you start getting into the later stages of the game, but it's pretty hard to miss abilities on a minion wave, and Varus Galio aren't really going to have the same aggressive potential, but instead it is going to be that Orianna, so just doubling down on this turn out the lights and blow someone up combo.
Is likely to go over to Villance, who does play the Orianna, and it means that the Ziggs idea is still alive. Might see a different mage potentially, because, you know, Nocturne's fine as a solo AD. You'd kind of want another. Shen's mixed damage. I have to find out. I don't think there's any particularly strong or weak options for him to pick up here. Mordekaiser being locked in, that is very good for kidnapping the Nocturne when they jump in. If the spell shield gets popped by Galio Taunt, then you can just say, actually, no dive for you. Shen cannot follow you because I have kidnapped you, and that kind of shuts down everything you had, actually. I like that pick in isolation.
Yeah. And I mean, the Dustbringer doesn't follow into the Death Realm either. So you're basically fighting a Nocturne that's only got one ability.
Oh, that's good. That is good.
Okay.
All right, that shuts down the Shen counterattack right there. We were talking about how Nocturne counters Shen, counters Galio. Well, now there's a Nocturne available on both teams if our play starts, the lights could go out on both sides, and hilariously, Nocturne also counters Nocturne, because if you turn the lights out for both teams, Nocturne can't jump anywhere, which Silas doesn't really care about. Nocturne definitely does, as we will get a Kaiser as the final lock-in now to go with the full dive comp. I think that in those last two picks, 752 have pivoted this draft from losing to, I would very much say, winning.
Yeah, and they've got so many options as well. Like you counter the Nocturne and the Shen incredibly well. But you can also play fights in multiple ways. You can kite back, you can dive forward aggressively, and in terms of your ability to play out fights in multiple stages of the game, I mean, your power curve is incredibly smooth.
They always have somebody who should be strong, and if
Yeah,
Ratboy can have another performance like they did in the previous game, Kaiser shouldn't be allowed to play this game. Velance should be constantly getting barraged with arrows. The fact that you have a Galio who can't exactly stand up to Tom Kenshin lane just with regards to power, but
yeah.
can definitely stop the aggression. If everybody jumps in and then Galio is next to Varus and can point blank arc and get the taunt, kind of shuts down the strategy before it gets going.
Yeah, I think what we need to watch out for though is early ultimates. If you're able to get your level 6 on the Nocturne and on the Shen before your opponents, then I think BSE have got a lot more room to play, and you can make plays onto this bot lane very aggressively and shut down Ratboy from actually having a chance. Because if you ever are able to isolate the Varus in the 1v1 versus the Kai'Sa, doesn't really have a hope. So I think there's a lot more snowballing needed for BSE than they have done in their previous games, and snowballing hasn't really been their forte throughout this series.
That puts a lot of priority onto the early jungle pathing, early
Yep.
lane priority, and who gets the scuttle crabs. Because if you could get double scuttle and pick up a third one, you're getting level 6 a full 3 camps quicker than the opposition. That is putting you on par with solo laner kind of level 6 marks for jungler. So we need to keep an eye out on Taco and Saras in the jungle on this Nocturne and Lee Sin respectively, seeing if the Lee Sin can slow the Nocturne down, drag out the early game, get to a point where Goob can find them, grab the Nocturnal, and
Mm.
preemptively counter it.
Yeah, but to do that, you need you need pressure from your lanes. Are the lanes that 752 have drafted here going to be conducive to getting that early pressure?
I think on the side lanes, yes. On the mid lane, no. Oriana is able to outrange Silas and
Hmm.
poke them out. Amrei seemed consistent on the Seraphine, and while I wouldn't say their last game was as good, they still did fine. I believe that they should be alright, but the issue is Oriana is very auto attack based, which puts you in position for Silas Lee Sin to
Yeah.
frankly clap you if you ever step too far up, especially once the Everfrost comes online. It means that Amrei needs to get a lot of work done pre level 6 so they can pay those dividends later.
Yeah. Nocturne obviously has very strong dueling at that point. I think if you can get a good spell shield off, then that 2v2 matchup between the junglers and the mid laner can swing quite heavily.
Can go back and forth as realistically this is a really good way to play out game 4 for both teams. It is
Mm.
going to be a massive change of pace for what we've had so far. I can't see this game being less than 5 kills by 8 minutes. Like there's a lot of aggression. As soon as level 6 comes on, everybody will be converging onto this bottom lane.
That's what we're reckoning. Okay, as we count down the spectator delay, I think I heard it a little bit from your tone there. Which team are you favoring to take this game for?
I think that 752 are going to take us to 5 games. Looking at this one, I very much believe that they have turned it around in those last 2 picks. As long as there isn't massive lane gapping happening, I like what they got going for them. I think Sunder proved they could do well into Jenkins on the side lane. I think that this Tom Kench didn't have as much success as a support.
Hmm.
And Kaiser does not really offer any early power. We do actually get double exhaust on the ADCs, which I think favors the Varus in the long run.
As we are going to be getting into game very shortly, just making sure that we can pause, sync up with our producer, Melvin Izzle. I am ready. Production.
I am.
And we are on to the Rift for game 4 of this Div 1 quarterfinal between BSE on the red side, and on the blue side we have got 752. Felt like this series should have ended last game, but against the run of play, 752 were able to pull out the victory and set up what would be a very impressive comeback. Melvin Izzle reckons they've got the advantage this game, and they may look to push that further at the level 1.
Level 1s are a good way to secure this early lead. They know they properly tempo. They're going to be able to walk this out without losing a massive amount of HP. Going to be able to get the reset in at the normal time. Does stop them getting the early ward down now, as ooh, Goob, I like this, able to zone them off again. This is actually going to slow them down, and we're talking about how important early XP is for these junglers.
Yeah, and we saw Goob doing this last game. Absolutely ruined Taco's day on the Kindred, knew exactly where she was at all times, made it impossible for her to play the game. But 752 spotted out on this late invade, and they're just backing away. This Nocturne is going to have a really difficult time finding anything in the early game.
The level 1 Galio, level 1 Lee Sin, level 1 Varus outstats everybody on the opposing team, so this needs to be a smite advantage for off-meta jungler. It's going to go horribly wrong.
Oh, horribly wrong for Ratboys. He's jumped on immediately, forced to flash back with only 100 HP. Villain's going down into the enemy jungle, into his own jungle, grabbing the kill. The blue buff goes over onto off-meta jungler, flashing forward onto Flash. Oh. Here comes the aggressive play from Dalacat, and it's all gone wrong for 752. 2 kills going over to the Nocturne at level 1. It's disaster.
So dramatic. They played the level 1 out nicely. They had stopped the Nocturne basing, but fishing out that invade. In the first game, we saw 752 try it. They hadn't gone back to shenanigans again for a while, but saying this time, I'm sniffing it. And right there, we saw Sundra getting the bare end of Yankins in the top side. Is going to be some degree of respite for the team.
But we have to see how this affects. This is going to be giving so much XP over onto this Nocturne. Speeds up his jungle clear massively. And just generally, early gold is so effective on junglers because it means that you can get stuff like the boots earlier, get something like the Iron Spike whip earlier, which just makes your clear so much faster. I'm very, very happy if I am a BSE fan.
That kind of early start, if you manage to lose the game off of that, then it gets rough. Then that's bad for the mental, because in a series, it's all about momentum.
Yeah.
When you have a potential of 5 games to play, if you win 2 and then lose a strategy and can't seem to win without it, that kind of just crushes you as a player. That makes you go to the most comfort you could get. And when players resort to comfort over comfort, regardless of what level, it hurts the integrity of the draft. And I would say the one thing that up until this game, Blue Sky Eagles have always had in this series was the draft.
Yeah. So what does 752 need to do now to combat this early disadvantage that they found themselves in? As Yankins doesn't have flash, but he's fairly happy dueling with Sundero because he's a level up.
I think that they need to try and play to the advantages that they have in these side lanes. Yes, the HP is lower currently in the top lane, but as you can see right here, they are using the fact that bot lane has prio, top lane had prio, double scuttle, exactly. Denying this from off-meta jungler means that even though they had such a good start, Lee Sin is going to maintain XP parity with them.
Yeah, XP advantage right now, level 4 to level 3. Only the Krugs available for Taco on this Nocturne. There's not really much he can do. Flash going forward, gets the taunt as well. And Ratboy with this Galio paired up as well have been absolutely fine in the spot lane.
They have been enjoying life. It hasn't really been a problem for you yet. And I would say it's not going to be until level 6 where Ratboy really has a problem. Post level 6, they're going to have a lot of problems, all right? Everything on the map becomes a problem for them at level 6. Yeah. Kai'Sa, they could dash past the Chain of Corruption. Tahm Kench, they're a diving buddy now. Aggressive Tahm Kench, as you could see from the level 1, is the way to play the champion. Continuously abyssal diving forward is far more effective than trying to play the classic I'm going to be your QSS Tahm Kench. And if they can play to that, if they can be aggressive with their global advantage, then I do think that BSE can recover the game there. And It's something that 752 need to keep an eye out for, because considering the early deaths to both of these bot laners, it's a potential area of weakness where it should be a strength.
Yeah, it's a potential area of weakness for 752 is this mid lane. Significant CS advantage, health advantage, and mana advantage for Anrei. It's the Doran shields for Gubex versus the Doran's ring and a couple of those biscuits. So the mana sustain for the Orianna is going to be absolutely fine. And this is a matchup that we thought the Silas could get a little bit of pressure in, but it's not turning out that way.
Orianna should always have this kind of lead early, otherwise it's a bigger issue for them, as Jenkins is getting very aggressive here, dropping the
That was
control
a
ward.
very nice dodge. Taunt's going to be up fairly soon as director camera decides there isn't going to be a kill in the top lane. And we're just going to be going back down to this bottom side of the map where, again, the CS advantage being generated for BSE.
And at the end of last game, the reason it was so close is because on their AP Gragas, despite having a pretty awful early game, I would say, Jenkins had two exceptional ultimate combos with the Everfrost that almost just won the game single-handedly. And we see that right now they are flexing their laning fundamentals, managing to start up a freeze here. The fact that Sundara did not TP back in means that they are at a major disadvantage. Oh no, that's not good.
That Justice Punch was nowhere near. The taunt connects, though, saving Ratboy's life. The flash forward not connecting. As Delca goes for the flash ignite, will grab the kill. Trading back now onto Flash, who doesn't get killed because he Justice Punches the Tom Kench in the face.
Big frog champ right there for the team. And now off their jungler, they're going to push in that minion wave, but they are on the opposite side of the map to the action. Sundara is over here with their jungler in tow, able to crash this minion wave. Is going to break them out of the freeze, and I would say that that's a pretty big win for 752. That is one way to recover before the ultimates are online.
Absolute W. We did see a few minutes ago the Infernal Drake going over to Blue Sky Eagles, so that's going to be something that they'll be able to stack up. Ocean or Cloud, we'll find out in a few minutes. But 752 are spending a lot of time invested into this top side of the map. But it doesn't look like Soros wants to go for anything.
And I'm going to say this one a bit earlier. I think both teams thoroughly prefer a Cloud Dragon this game.
Yeah.
The more clouds you can stack up, the better. The extra movement speed is good for Mordekaiser. It's good for a fair few champs. Flash right here, very vulnerable if they get caught out by this Tom Kench W that they are almost definitely fishing
I don't think they spotted Delica. They're going back down onto the Varus again. The spell shield doesn't block the taunt. One more auto takes down Ratboy, and now Flash is also in danger. He was just able to walk it out, though. We talked about the level 6 combos on the bot lane. Off-meta jungler using that to great effect.
I'm going to throw out there, mid lane hasn't backed yet for either side. They have both been stuck there. Oh, Flash, that is a good punch.
Yeah, very good punch, but he's getting slapped in the face. 1v3 should be fine for BSC under the tower. Delica tanks that one up, and Villains grabs another kill. But there's a TP coming in from the backside. There's a Lee C coming in from the front side, but it's cancelled here. Another TP channeled here by Gubex, but you're in a 2v3. Valence gets the massive shield on him from the Shen. The taunt's going to be coming up fairly soon. No, that's cancelled as well. It keeps happening, but Jenkins gets the kill onto Sundara. Going into the backside. The flash wasn't necessary, but the kick definitely was. There's another TP coming. The shield is just not big enough, but he will get the kill. Jenkins in the backside going after Soros, but doesn't grab him. Now has to run himself. Ratboy doesn't have the damage. Yes, he does. Another kill for the Varus off-meta jungler is blast potting over the wall. We're still not done in the bot lane as he decides better than to go in 1v3. But he might be fancying a 1v2 here. They're setting up for a play.
They're waiting for Kai'Sa. The TP's about to come out, but no, Andre actually cancels. They can't take this fight anymore.
Oh, the taunt doesn't come out in time. Yes, it does the damage to the shutdown. What are you doing there, off-meta jungler?
There was dissing between the team. Amrei was recalling they were going to TP him with them, but it looks like just the call got changed and they had already gone in, so it backfires completely. Now, Villance is going to be able to collect this minion wave, but that is 752's name written all over the place. So, it went very back and forth.
Yeah.
I'm going to summarize what happened on the top side right there, because it was visible on the minimap. Basically, Sundara tried to TP in the bush, and Jenkins cancelled it with a taunt. Then, Jenkins walks very far under tower, Clever by them. I'll pause here.
Oh, I tell you what, this is wonderful movement from Yankins to get Sundara down to 100 HP. Now, 752 doesn't win the 1v1. Here comes the Nocturne taking down the Maud. Forced to safeguard away, but will be chased down. One more Dustbringer will take him out, but here comes the Galio ultimate. Too far forward from off-meta jungler, and he's going to be falling as well.
Another response play. This is the game of responses. When you have so many globals, you need the action. And Middlecourt, I believe I said that I bet there'll be a lot of kills at roughly this kind of time of the game.
You said 5 by 8 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like I was slightly off there. I'm not going to check the VOD for it, but I'm confident that I was correct on that. As part of the reason is, when you have ultimates like this that can be everywhere on the map, when you have double TPs, if you don't respond to the action, you are wasting time, which means that every time there is action, there is a reaction.
But ultimately, it's Blue Sky Eagles coming out on top, build themselves a couple 1,000 gold lead as Flash is going in onto Valence, who is Flash devoured away from. Chains of Corruption very big. The shield is even bigger as Dalico is going away from himself. This play on the bot side of the map, but not going to be any kills going down.
Massive summoner lead over to 752. And they have the Stand United available for themselves because of Goob roaming to that top side. And there is no Shen Stand United up for about 10 more seconds. So, to finally finish that point, because we may see it happen again, Sundara walked under tower and ulted Yankins, which lets the shield go through, but it means that they just TP to the corner of the box. But because of how far Yankins have walked under tower, Sundara just tanked tower shots and died. And right now, I think we may get a repeat of that if there is another play on the map.
Yeah, Stand United is available, as is the Death Realm. TPs, though, a lot fewer in supply. Only Anri with that. The only player on the map that hasn't participated in any kills, but has been participating in a lot of minion kills, but a substantial CS lead in the mid lane and taken a couple of tower plates, accelerating fairly well on this Orianna.
Currently 700 gold up in the mid lane matchup. Gotta be pleased with that at this point in the game. Looks to be building towards that Liandry's. Can't say I've got a problem with it. They're the sole AP threat on the team. Got 3 health stackers on the opposition. Nobody's gonna complain with that.
As BSC aren't complaining about getting this Drake. 7-2 going in, grabs the steal, will pay for it with his life. Not sure if that's worth, but he gets out just in time. Villain's going diving into the backside, does pick up the kill. Oh my crikey.
Well, you said that they were not going to complain with getting the dragon, but I would complain if that's what you call getting the dragon.
You're not getting the dragon there.
Once again, the game of counterattacks, and Saros.
Oh, dodges away from the Chains of Corruption very nicely there.
And United preemptive.
Not getting torted up. Here comes the Shen. There goes the damage onto Flash, flashing away. Gets the movement speed, gets hit in the face with a catfish, and Yankins picks up the kill. Meanwhile, Nocturne 1v1ing Sunder in the Death Room and will be sundered himself.
Can't really take that fight as the Mordekaiser if, even though they managed to dodge away from one of the Qs, a lot of base stats. The only reason Yankins can get away with it is because they have resistances and a lot of max HP damage in return.
Ratboy is playing a dangerous game right now, but he knows that his buddies are in the area. Forced to flash back, and now Dalakar is out of options. Tower will be falling. Here comes the TP. It's another fight in the bot lane. Devour stolen away. The taunt lands onto the Silas. He can't use the ultimate. Turned around once again by BSE. Flash is in the area. Anre isn't going away, using that summoner spell himself. The taunt lands as well. That's a beautiful double shockwave, but the taunt is even bigger. Shutdown goes over onto the Galio. The Shen's going to be falling as well. Valence is dead as well, and somehow it gets turned around once again.
Middlecourt, with all the action happening right now, there is barely a 2,000 gold difference between these teams.
Oh my crikey.
This tower is about to go down and shrink that once again, and you can see off-meta jungler is fishing for the counterplay. If they split up right here, they are going to go.
TP.
Elka is able to follow. They are looking for it. At very least get a match to clear the wave. Okay.
Not going to pop the ultimate. Oh, okay. But that is the tower going over. That Goldie shrinking to 1,000. And we had a couple of slow-paced games, but Yankins increasing the pace in the top side, lands the taunt immediately onto Sundra. A TP is going to come out. Chen is in the death
got the
realm,
Vower.
trying to fight against the Mordekaiser, but he's stuck in there. He doesn't win the 1v1. Cube here with the Devourer will eat
Delicious.
up the Shen. That looks a little bit weird. Silas's stomach is pretty big, but the flash out from Jenkins gets him out, and now Valence is going in. Can't quite get the damage out, but the flash force from the Silas all the same. What is going on, Melvinizzle?
This is a play-by-plays game, Middlecott. I can actually just sit down and mute my mic because I feel like you're not going to go far without action.
Oh no, another taunt landing onto Amre. The Devourer is very big, able to get the voice
beautiful.
away. Beautifully played. Off-meta jungler does have the ult, but isn't going in. Both these teams just fighting tooth and nail, trying to get advantages.
As the one defensive move that new Tahm Kench has, the old one definitely does not. It is a little bit of a combo right there. It costs a lot of ability to get done, but saves your mid laner. You're not going to complain, as now you can defend this mid lane turret. Take a moment, because there's not an objective on the map yet. Rift Herald's about to spawn. We've got a minute 40 till Dragon. Let's take a quick look at items and see how everybody's doing, because there are 10 mythics in the game and nothing else.
Yeah, we got...
This is
Just like the
even
Jabba.
fight middle.
All right, it is an even fight. For the first time, at 60 minutes into the game, neither side has been able to really build something big. Here we go again in the mid lane, diving back down onto the Varus. Gets the root off. The Shen shield is very big onto Nocturne, buying a lot of time. Off-meta jungler forced to flash back. The shockwave is large as they take down two in the fight. Jenkins 1v1 Lee Sin on the other side. Off-meta jungler doesn't quite get the fear off in time as Shen will be falling down. Sundra going on to Valence, who flashes back for nothing. Flash forward with the Tempest, and they have crippled BSE in this fight. Andri trying to cut around, but it will not happen. Going down as 4 kills to 2, and 752 take the fight.
When you have two team comps that want to fight non-stop, get damage down everywhere, Orianna is the odd one out. They do not have the ability to keep themselves proactive in these fights. The Liandry's gives them a chance, but you can see it right there. Shockwave, it does a good amount, but you can't stay in the extended fight here. They were trying. They got Sundara so low. It was almost perfect, but just the fact that Lee Sin exists, even with those Omnivamp nerfs, when you got this far ahead, 5-1 and 6, I don't think 5% Omnivamp is going to have a massive impact at this point in the game. Later on, we'll see it, but right now, they're just way too ahead of the curve for it to matter.
Absolutely not. Drake is on the table. Teams converging, looking for a fight. But for the first time this game, oh no, they are going for it. Of course they are. The shockwave whips. Blue team slays the dragon. The damage is done in the middle of the pit. Brilliant ultimate from the Galio. Tahm Kench forced to flash back. Not to take it down on the backside, as is the Varus traded away. Flash gets the hit onto Valence, and the kick onto the Orianna. And again, 7-5-2, find the fight.
They're going to be able to walk after this Shen, take a mid lane tower if they want it. Rift Herald is up, and no teleports, no globals available on the Blue Sky Eagles team. This series has changed its pace a fair few times, and this is what I love about Best of Fives. You get to watch two teams tell a story, and the story is 752 have found their legs, and they are using them to kick down the Blue Sky Eagles.
Honestly disgusting. Building themselves a lead, getting themselves to Drake, snowballing this game as hard as they can. But the Blue Sky Eagles are still within touching distance. You just need one of these fights to go the other way. Then all of a sudden, you're not in the advantage anymore, and you have to play on the back foot. The Rift Herald is going to help you out. Knock down a tower at some point. Not going to be able to grab pressure for this next Drake will be the sole point. But honestly, I feel like we're having about 10 fights before that's even a possibility.
I know I was saying that I think that 752 have the better scaling as a comp, but it does not mean that the Blue Sky Eagles team have a bad comp. When you have the Nocturne Orianna combo, if it lands, it's a wombo. Like, you can't stop it, because people have to stack on top of Ratboy to protect them. You will always get at least two people if it works. The fact that you probably have the Lee Sin by, Sundero wants to be there to kidnap the Nocturne. It's a lot of damage. The Landry is going to pump out insane DPS. If Amray can get 2 items, if Villance can get the 3, then those two can effectively carry the fights on their own, and you just have 3 meat shields in front of them. It's something that the Blue Sky Eagles comp definitely can get away with. It's just the fact that you may look over and see Ratboy, who has a hilarious 6, 5, and 7 KDA. Despite getting shot down continuously, as we said would happen, they still have a good performance going.
Yeah, definitely. That chain vest and the broken stopwatch, genuinely,
It's a GA.
second item GA on this Varus isn't the worst thing in the world.
I have to admit, I would have been okay if they had just gone for the Zhonyas as well.
Yeah.
It's something that I've been playing a little bit of ADC recently, and if your ADC has any AP ratios, slap a Zhonyas on that bad boy. It's still a disgusting item, and Varus AP is a strategy. I don't think that's going to be the kill. There is always the option of everybody to converge at once, but we have to say that now, Goob is in the area. The question is, which ultimate do they choose to take? Because I don't think any of the global ones are really the best here, which means that it's either look for a flank with Shockwave or go for the feast and then try and save your Varus.
It has to be Shockwave for me. And Yankin's not really having the best time in this matchup. He was stomping this earlier on in the game, but Sundero has really found his feet. 752 looking to position in the mid lane to still have that Herald in pocket. Yankins gets the taunt under the tower, deals a fair bit of damage back onto Sundero, but we'll be able to heal all of that up with the Riftmaker.
Currently threatening 2 waves. The top lane is pushing in the favor of 752. They will be able to crash this Rift Herald in. Will it get any further? They have got somebody of Demolish. It's just the question of if they're allowed to step in range. They will get the tower.
Bonk. Yeah, going for the Devour. So, a bit more single target assassination, but also a little bit of safety. Melvin Izzle, what is going on in this game?
I'm loving it. I mean, I know I'm the one that gets to rest their voice now, but you know what? We've had some long games, so you know what? Take your lumps, Middlecourt. That's what we got here. As it will actually be dropping out of vision means off-meta jungler won't get any value out of that ult. The blue trinket not able to find their target as... yeah, they definitely have the damage to kill this tower. It's just going to be a bit dangerous if people converge quickly.
But crucially, the team with the global ultimates isn't 752. Although saying that, Goob is looking aggressively. Sundero is looking respectfully. Has TP'd in, but won't be able to find an angle. Yankins does have Stand United on the bot side of the map, so can answer any aggressive plays.
With 26 seconds until this dragon is up, I think that you could just burst out for 752. If they just kill it immediately, I think that Blue Sky Eagles even can't contest it.
Oh, this reset is way too late.
It's partly because of the TP from Sundero. It just means they're able to walk them down and force them to waste more time. We have the GA completed now. That Devour on Silas is going to time out relatively soon. But they're kind of just fishing for another ultimate. As it is gone now, they will have to wait for their ultimate to come back up to get something. Objective being started.
Paranoia only just coming up, and there's no vision for off-meta jungler to jump in. This is going to be a free soul point going over to 752, the team that was completely out of this series just an hour ago, getting a pretty big lead in this game for looking for the reverse sweep. Far from over yet, but they're in a damn good position to take this game.
I'd like to see Amray and Yankins move over to the blue trinket personally, because when you have the Nocturne and the Kai'Sa, you just need to enable them. At this point, you two are now secondary carries. It is Kai'Sa is the win condition. Orianna is a secondary one if you can force a team fight or if you are the only person looking at a Baron. It makes it very difficult for 752 to actually start that objective, because if you look, Varus is your only range champion. That means everybody else has to jump in a pit. That's within ball range.
Yeah, but they've also got a lot of safety. Starrick's completed here for the Lee Sin. We've got the stopwatch on Goob as well. It's going to be going to Zhonya's very soon. There's a lot of defensive options which completely counter this one-shot dive that BSC are going for.
The question becomes, do Blue Sky Eagles run out of fuel before it matters? Kai'Sa and Orianna are their only sustained damage. Nocturne auto attacks become pretty negligible at this point in the game, unless it's in a 1v1 onto Rat Boy, which I don't think they're ever allowed to get anymore. It just doesn't work. And it means that now it is all on Villance and Amre in these team fights to try and keep the 7-5-2 reverse sweep down and out.
I think it's very telling that the game has slowed down in the past few minutes. I think both teams are a lot more cognizant of how close this is, saying that Sundara could be caught out on the top side here if Paranoia is popped, but will not be using this. And 7-5-2 know that they are one mistake away from this game falling out of their hands. And Blue Sky Eagles know that if this game goes over, then the momentum is not on their side and the reverse sweep looks all the more likely to happen. 25 minutes now, a couple of minutes until that Ocean Soul becomes a possibility. Baron's been on the table for a while. Both teams a little bit nervous, just trying to avoid making any mistakes.
These lane assignments from 7-5-2 are the equivalent of putting the opposition in check, because you don't want to send Shen down to Silas, because if you do, that means that Nocturne would come down there and wouldn't be at Baron. And if you have Shen and Silas in the same lane, he's currently got Stand United as well. So even if you go for the Nocturne ult here, the Stand United can come in immediately after in return for both sides. So keep your eye on this one. All the ults on. Preemptive Silas.
Oh no, off-meta jungler chunked out there. The shockwave is fairly sizable, but he's able to get back into the pit. There he is with that Shen ultimate. Valiant's diving forward as well. The blue team does get the Baron, but they might pay for it with their lives. Varus is already dropping into the GA. That's a wonderful taunt coming out from Flash, and the damage is coming out as well. Valance drops as well. 7-5-2 are doing it. Sunder is getting a double kill. Sunder is getting a triple kill, and it's an ace and a Baron.
A valiant attempt, but nothing you can do against the pretty much just good planning. This comp works. They're happy with it. You are against a hyper-accelerated Lee Sin, 2 items in inventory. Goob played that side lane marvelously. They never showed their face until it was safe to. And the thing is, Sundara was solo laning on the other side, and you can't dive him. If Nocturne ults him, he throws out an ability, drags you to the death realm, and beats you to death. So 7-5-2 have found themselves. They have managed to break open the base at 27 minutes, and after a moment of serenity in a writhing ocean of a game, we just might see the reverse sweep set sail.
And BSC are not soaring like eagles right now. They have been shot down. It's been a titanic performance from both these teams in very, very different ways throughout this series. Ocean Soul 30 seconds away. If this goes over to 7-5-2, I think you can call it a game 5 immediately. Yankins does get the taunt away off onto Flash, but he catches even more with his. That's the Paranoia diving into the backline onto the Varus, but the Nocturne is in the middle of everyone, and 7-5-2 are dominating. Huge shockwave into the multi-man taunt. This is the fight that you need to win, but you just can't do it. Amre is going to get soloed out on the other side of the fight, and it is a clean ace, and we are going to game 5.
That will be the slow end to the Nexus. No hope of somebody respawning in time. Credit has to be paid for 7-5-2, losing 2 games in such cataclysmic fashion, and being able to recover like this, pulling out 2 distinctly different ways to play the game, all centered around Rat Boy's Varus. If it's not banned next game, then I feel like this is going to be the official reverse sweep.
Yeah. Oh my word, Melvin Nizzle, what am I witnessing?
Silver Scrapes.
This series was over. This series was done. But out of absolutely nowhere, 7-5-2 make the reverse sweep, make the comeback look like more and more of a reality with each passing second.
I think of some kind of comment to do with the numbers 7-5-2, because they got 5 games and 2 losses so far. Let's see if they can get their lucky number 7 in the final game.
With that, we are going to be popping to a break. Do not go anywhere. Not that you would want to. We are going to be right back with game 5. Hello there, everyone, and welcome back to Purgatory, the series that I cannot leave, and honestly, I do not want to. After two insane stomps from BSE in game 1 and 2, 7-5-2 have brought it back to a game 5 and a potential reverse sweep. My name is Middlecott. I am joined by Melvin Izzle, who has been reveling in the madness with me, man. Where's your head at, dude?
I am in love with this series so far. It is so beautifully dramatic with 7-5-2 losing both the first games to the Tom Kench top Sona bot lane combo with interchangeable carries in the middle. It looks over, then they finally ban the Sona, leave Tom Kench, and it hasn't been the same. Blue Sky Eagles haven't been able to catch that lightning in a bottle that they had, and despite the single person ending the game after a massive scrap around the Nexus in game 3, 7-5-2 bring it back in the previous game, and they have dragged us to a game 5, and now they have the first pick. Will it be the Varus? It is banned, so it looks like they're going to that Lee Sin.
And this was a pick that looked awful for them in game 2. It looked completely irrelevant, and they weren't able to play around it, but it has looked more and more impressive as the series has gone on. It's another Tom Kench locked in for Blue Sky Eagles every single time this pick has been available this series. They have gone towards it. Yankins hasn't lost on it. Daleca hasn't won on it. And it's going to be the Jin Zhao locked in for Taco in our final game of the day.
Now, this was the jungle matchup where it went poorly for Lee Sin. This was the one, it was Lee Sin into Xin Zhao, the one that notoriously was a pretty decent matchup, but with the Omnivamp changes to Lee Sin on this patch, getting slashed in half on his W at early levels, hasn't been great for them. Currently have a hover, do have the Ashe come out, that was, again, this is striking familiar to the first game, but obviously without the Sona in it, it may be a different story, and I have to say that in the last game, 7-5-2 completely flipped the script in their last two picks. Will they get away with it again? Because this time I would not say it's decisively in either team's favour. All of the champions, with the exception of this current hover, could go a lot of ways. It will be Flash reprising their role on the Galio. They were talking about in the pre-game that they are very hungry. So, you know what, maybe we get some kind of exhaustion aggression coming out.
And I mean, if we're trying to delete people, if we're trying to end this game, then Veigar is the perfect champion to do it. So much damage, so much zone control. Lee Sin isn't going to be able to go aggressive because of that cage. Can deny the follow-up potential from the Ashe as well. Game 5 of the series, you pull out whatever you've been hiding to make it work. And this could just be the pick for BSE.
Thunderer subbed in the third game, pulled out the Mundo, turned it around, was the front line that the team needed. Last game also had a pretty damn good performance for themselves. Now, with the Syndra banned away, question is, how are they going to finish out the last two rotations? The Mordekaiser is still up. I don't know if it's necessarily as good this game, but little interaction that you may not be necessarily thinking of. Against Veigar, if he puts the cage down and Mordekaiser can somehow ult him, the cage is not in the death realm, and vice versa. So, we're expecting Amray to take that champ. Curious to see if they will get.
Melvin Izzle, this is big. This is the first time in our most recent drafts that we haven't seen the Town Kench locked in towards the bot lane. And with that Morgana picked up, Dalika loves to play this. It will be Yankings piloting the River King in the top lane.
Have to get rid of that Morgana, even if it's taken into mid. It's such a big counter to the Veigar, makes him effectively worthless against bruisers. So now, how do you respond? 7-5-2, you had an amazing blue 4 and 5 lock-in last time. Let's see if you can pull out magic again. The Orianna does decently in team fights, can harass the Veigar from equivalent range, but Veigar gets the net range bonus with that event horizon. Have to find out if their last pick can turn it around. This has to go up to the top lane. What matchup do they have prepared for the Tom Kench? Shen, he is a champion that We have seen Yankins perform pretty well on last game, and they are
Yeah.
going to take it against them here.
Yeah. But with the added power of that Tom Kench for the BSC top laner, it becomes difficult to see Sundra winning out, despite the fact that Shen is incredibly powerful early on. And for me, there isn't really a big damage carry for 752. The Ashe needs to scale up, and she's not going to be as relevant. Oriana, obviously, when she's got a few items, you're heavily relying on base damages to get you through this game. And with the Tristana locked in, something that we haven't seen this entire series, going towards Villance, Blue Sky Eagles have pivoted in their attempt to take the series.
First two games, they had a trick up their sleeve in the Sona. They were ahead of the meta. You have to give them credit. This game, similar to the third, I actually favor Blue Sky Eagles draft. That Morgana is so disgusting into the enemy composition. Ash Arrow, denied. Lee Sin Kick, denied. Flash Taunt, denied from both the Shen and the Galio. You can protect this Tristana in every circumstance, and when
Yeah.
you do, she busts the shots to keep herself safe. Vigar chucks down Event Horizon. It backfires massively. The Tom Kench does the same thing for you. It's tough. It's tough for
It's
752.
There's so much zoning and control, and it reminds me of the compositions that Cloud9 used to run. They'd have the Veigar mid, they'd have the pushing bot lane with the Tristana, they'd dive repeatedly, get the plates in the bot lane, then move the Tristana around the map, start taking the towers. And if 752's composition falls behind, yeah, you've got a lot of utility, but you just don't have the damage. You're not going to be able to win out fights unless Blue Sky Eagles massively misplay. And in terms of the scaling as well, it's a Veigar and a Tristana. It's damn near impossible to stand up against those champions in the late game.
Doesn't get better than that, especially when you have double supports. And I will say, later game goes, Xin Zhao becomes a support for your carries. They press R and disengage everything. And when I say everything, between the Galio, the Lee Sin, and the Shen, 752 will throw everything at the Eagles this game. They have to, because if you cannot delete this Tristana, delete the Vigar, then it is going to be lights out. You can't stop them. This Yordle duo will just simply win the game if they are not stopped. And that means now 752, similar to the first two games, are facing the inevitable. The
Yeah.
Sona Seraphine combo. You looked at it and went, it's going to outscale us. You look at this game, it's going to outscale us. How do you get these early leads?
And it's so difficult against the Morgana pick, which is like I think the thing that really ties this all together. Yes, the zone control for the Veigar is good, but Ash Galio, there's so much setup potential that is completely nullified by the Black Shield. A lot of this engage, a lot of this pick is single target. Justice Punch, single target. Dragon's Rage, single target. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You can't get on top of an individual member of Blue Sky Eagles provided Daleka is there. So 752 need to play intelligently around the map. They need to deny vision so that they're forcing people to face check. And that means that you need to be playing with an advantage anyway. And I struggle to see how they can get that.
One advantage that they have over the opposition this game, momentum. When you are in this position where you lose the first two games and it looks rough, but you win the next two, you manage to figure out the enemy's winning formula. And while we can say that Yankins has a 100% win rate on this Tom Kench, the team hasn't won without Sona. You could look at it in a lot of ways when
Yeah,
you're in this kind
yeah.
of microcosm of a series. All these kind of things, it's just whatever you're thinking about. It's about keeping the confidence high. You need to have somebody as your hype man in this game telling you it's okay, we can recover. Amre, we can trust them on this Vigar, the late game force Villance. We have all the tools we need. And finally, the spectator delay gives out. And we can hop in and find out the thrilling conclusion to this series that has far and away delivered what looked like it was going to be a 3-0 stomp.
Melvin Izzle. Does Valence die this game?
Absolutely.
Oh, for the fifth and for the final time, we are going to be loading onto the Rift very shortly. Just waiting for all the games to catch up, pausing at 10 seconds, all of that good jazz. How are you doing, Mr. Melvin Izzle?
I think that might be a Tristana mid. And I'm paused at 10. I'll leave you with that thought.
Production for the final time, where are we at? And we are onto the Rift for Game 5 in this quarterfinal series between 752 and Blue Sky Eagles. We're here against all odds, against all expectations after how this series started, but the previous 4 games do not matter one jolt. It's all about what you show in this next 30 minutes. It's all about what you do here and now to determine whether you're going to advance. Melvin Izzle, who takes it?
Based on the comp, I think that the Blue Sky Eagles have found themselves an advantage. I feel like that the window 752 need to hit is very narrow. It's one they can hit. It's one we've seen them hit, but they need to be there quickly. They cannot fall behind. This Ashe, Ratboy, who has been so good on the Varus, cannot be allowed to fall behind. And I think the pivot of having this cleanse Vigar bot lane just might be the trick they need, because as we've had for most of the games, we were doing our prep, and Amray, they look to be the ADC player who doesn't play ADCs. Villance, they're the mid laner who plays every champion that they can touch. And funnily enough, we've seen these two effectively in the other person's role. This is, I believe it's the first time we've seen Villance actually taking the mid lane now. If I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to think of who was in what role last game. Yeah, it was either one game or none, to the extent that now the question is, how is the synergy in the bot lane going to go? Because you have now got a different person down there. This is the kind of thing that the reason it doesn't happen in pro play, because players have such different styles, such different champions. You can throw off your whole plan just by flipping people around.
And it's a duo that requires high execution, because if you mess up, allow the Galio to get on top of you, allow Ashe to start slowing you to the end of the earth with the frost shot on her autos, it looks awful for you.
And in these early levels, when Ratboy has the cleanse, if you do step out of position and you rely on the event horizon, rely on the dark binding to keep you safe, that could just get cleansed aside and they can run you down. The best part for them right now is the fact that you're pushed on the tower. Let's take a quick look at the junglers right now and see if we can get an idea of how both of them are thinking, because I think they've had mirrored paths.
Yeah, we see Lee Sin doing his red buff. And Taco on the top side on his own. Mirrored paths, like you said. The event horizon landing onto 2. The CC chained onto the Galio. Black Shield comes out from Dalekar. Actually, a good response from Ratboy in terms of damage, as Valiant is able to jump away from the Lee Sin in the mid lane, dealing a lot of damage there with the Buster Shot. The teleport coming out immediately. The Ignite dropped onto the Lee Sin. One more hit would do it. And Villains able to pick up first blood in the 1v2 and get out.
Clean. Very clean. The Ignite being rewarded right there. You need to get early snowballing with the Ignite, because it takes away so much of your map pressure. And I think what they identified coming into this one was, we already win the late game even without TPs. We don't think you can play the map well enough to punish it for it later on. And if we get the lead, it's lights out. They've got the lead. They've got, I believe that was double buffs over to the Tristana.
Yeah.
I don't think that Goob has had a worse lane so far just based on circumstance. They've not done anything wrong, but this is going to be an awful time, potentially using Flash here too.
Even worse. There's a very nice dissonance. The Sunder is going in on the top side, trading up against Yankins. You see that 752 is in the area on the Lee Sin. Jumps away with a Town Cage, able to dodge out from the Sonic Wave. Wall hopping in, gets the Tempest. The Town Cage is able to escape. We did see Gubex had to burn the flash in the mid lane, so even more vulnerable for the engages from Villance.
The only part about that makes it okay for Yankins is the fact that the minion wave's coming into them, because they TP'd in mid to make sure that there was no chance that Goob was going to run down the kill, split apart the mid jungle duo, and made it so they were able to secure that for Villance to get the reset. 3 rocket jumps all in all in that one fight right there. in the top lane now. The wave has pushed in, and Yankins gets it back. But look at this. This is the trading pan Tristana's allowed to do now. It's brutal.
Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely brutal indeed. Cloth armor picked up for Gubex. Not really doing too much. Junglers are starting to converge in the mid side of the map. You'd have to feel that if this goes in favor of BSE, then it's curtains for this mid lane.
And the thing is, Seeker's Arm Guard got hit quite a bit earlier into the season. It's the item you need to build against the AD mid jungle here.
Oh no, hit with the wind becomes lightning. The rocket jump forward onto the Orianna, has no hope of escaping. Teleport in from Sundra, isn't going to find a kill. Zoffmet, the jungler, is caught out on the other side, able to dodge out just briefly, will be traded back. But more gold on the Tristana is exactly what you want if you're BSE.
Minion wave in a good spot for Sundra up in that top side is going to allow them to avoid too much punishment. They have Stand United up on the next level up. And if I had to be a betting man, would say it's probably going to be used mid lane to try and dissuade Villance. The fact they've managed to pick up 2 kills before Shen ult has been up is massive, because that single tool alone makes it so if you don't get the kill, if the bomb doesn't go off and you don't get the reset, you just die.
Yeah. I like the itemization from Villance as well here, because they've opted to go for this pickaxe with the double long swords. They've got a lot more kill threat than if they'd started building that Noon Quiver. They understand that their job is to go aggressive, is to fight, and to shut down Goob as much as they can. Yankins pushing in this fairly substantial wave in the top side of the map will free him up to move a little bit. As off-meta jungler will be forced away from this scuttle.
Bot lane is collapsing over. This is one of the things that the Ashe does provide, is a lot of ability to fight the river. Makes it so difficult to go through chokes with just the amount that these frost shots can do. I'm going to be able to walk back to lane.
That's a little bit rude. That's a fair chunk of damage onto Ratboy already.
As this bot lane heads over to 6, kill pressure goes up exponentially for the Viagar Morgana. All it takes is a minor overstep. Morgana ults, they black shield themselves. Galio can't protect you anymore. The taunt doesn't do it. You've got to use your full combo beforehand. That gets them the initial stun. Then that goes into the event horizon, goes into the binding. You could potentially kill both of them off of these combos as the lane goes on. And the fact that we do see the Lost Chapter is picked up from Amrei without the teleport, this means they are able to exist in the bottom lane. If you can deny that purchase, it means so much for bot lane mages, but it was not done, partly because of the fact that they can't go too far up due to the mid pressure. Villance has so much power on the map right now just by existing.
But ultimately, BSE weren't able to use that power on the map to grab themselves an objective. First streak of the game actually going over to 7-5-2. Aggressive taunt in from Sundra in the top lane. Has felt fairly comfortable against Yankins since he's been subbed in, and definitely been a stronger point for 7-5-2 in the back half of this series.
I'd say their matchups have been favorable to neutral throughout the entire series once Sundra was put in, and maybe this Shen is the answer to the Tahm Kench that the set was not, because it was set into Tahm for both of those first 2 games with Salty Croc playing. Taking a look at this one, you have the Rift Herald being started. It's almost impossible to stop when you have the Tristana as they are. The only way you can do it is if you donate all of your members up here, which is what they do. It's a similar principle to the 3rd game where they were playing against the Senna Tahm Kench bot lane. Those 2 can't press the tower quickly, and it means that you can rotate the Herald, as right now, 7-5-2 in the aggressor.
Oh, here comes the Stand United onto Flash as off-meta jungler is diving in, gets the 5-person Crescent Guard, and is able to get out with just barely his life. The shockwave connects onto Yankins, who is a tanky Tahm Kench with no flash, and will be falling down. Flash going further forward, but isn't able to find anyone with a Justice Punch. And a little bit of over-aggression there from VSE, contesting the Herald in the 5v4.
And I'm going to say it now, there were full plates when Amrei made it to this tower. So we'll take a look once this play is over to see how much they can actually get on the other side, and if this Rift Herald can be used to generate more profit, because you got a pick, that's great, but the Stand United was used. Now this bot lane has wasted a lot of XP time A lot of
Yeah.
time out of the lane. There is a 3-level lead between the ADC of Villance and Ratboy, so there is the potential where if you get caught on the rotation, you could just explode.
And when we saw this in the previous game, it was Goobs actually going down into the bot lane to catch this waves. But like you mentioned, there is so much XP and potential gold being lost to that tower. Anre is very happy with where they are right now.
You see that, I believe Amray is barely... Okay, they are not able to complete into what looks to be the Kindle Gem. They are going for the Everfrost, going for
Yeah.
that full chain CC lockup that they were doing on the Anivia in both the games they took that champion. Looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Did a lot for the team, and when you have the amount of damage that you do, when you are Vigar who scales like you do, you're not worried about losing out on some damage, especially when you look at the enemy team and they are stuck for itemization. You want to build the Ninja Tabbies, the plated steel caps against the Tristana, the Zinzao. You also want to build Tenacity against the Vigar and the Morgana. They have got the perfect split down the middle, saying no matter which you do, you're losing.
As BSE currently in a lead themselves, only 1,000, and we've seen leads like these turn around very easily. Saris in the bot lane with that Rift Herald still has a little bit of time, doesn't need to summon it immediately, but as they push this lane in, looks like he may do just that. Yankin's going very aggressive here onto Sundra. That's going to be the interrupt there on the safeguard away. Only going to be a couple of plates taken by this Herald. As off-meta jungler may have gone in with a Wind Become Lightning, but opts against it. I'm going to say definitely not worth in terms of the Herald.
Amray took 2 plates bot lane. That Rift Herald took 2 itself. Oh, Sundra getting caught out here though, interrupting the dash from
interrupt
Yankins.
on the taunt, yeah. Isn't
That
able
is
to find
good.
anything further.
They should still be able to get their reset before this dragon, but now the question is, do they TP back up top lane? Because if you do, odds are you're about to have to stand United bot and you've effectively wasted the cooldown. So now Yankins is in complete control of this lane. They can stick around if they want to and it's a win, or they can leave and it's a win. Put Sunder in a really awkward spot by cancelling those bases and removing the option to run back to lane. And now, as you can see, they're going to happily just waddle around. No matter what they do, it's a good play because of the due diligence they put in to stop that base.
As we see Goob recalling in the mid lane, may use that TP to get back and pressurize that himself. Array clearing vision on the bottom side of the map. Could get caught here. Sonic Wave doesn't quite connect, and there is backup in the area with a rotation down from the mid lane from Villains and the rest of 752 in the area as well. We are going to have a contest here.
Goop has TP'd in. There's the Stand United.
Beautiful black shield from Dalaka, completely negating the engage and saving Amray's life. Yankins is in the area, will not get taunted up by the Galio, gets hit by the Shen though. Dragon has reset, he's jumping out. That's a beautiful Event Horizon landing onto 2. But Flash was able to survive. Villains isn't quite in the area. Second Drake going over to 752, but they could have got a heck of a lot more.
Even though there was that godlike black shield, it's still a decisive win for 752. Both the flashes gone for the Eagles bottom lane. Teleport traded on the top lane up for the Stand United. A net win for 752 with that dragon going in inventory. On the Infernal Rift, we've been talking about what the map state does for each of these teams, and 752 are very happy with an open rift because it means that the Event Horizon loses a massive amount of the effectiveness around these river fights because you could just quickly loop around and you're not getting trapped in like it would be if it was a mountain one.
Yeah, also a little bit of extra damage is exactly what their composition needs. So if they're able to pick up a couple more of those, should be on a much more even footing with Blue Sky Eagles than they otherwise would be. Yankins going aggressive again with that Abyssal Voyage onto Sunder. Has built himself a decent CS lead, but CS isn't going to win you the game. There have been some decent ultimates from Sunder, a couple of good taunts as well, and Yankins hasn't quite had the impact that he would have liked on this Town Kench.
And I'm going to quiz you here, Middlecott, without checking, which members of 752 have a gold lead over their opposition?
Ooh.
I'll tell you, it's 2 people currently.
It is the Lee Sin
Correct.
and Sundera.
He is not.
It's
Sundera
not
is
Sundera. He might have
400
won
behind.
now, though, as Yankins is forced to flash away. Does still have access to the grey health, but will be kicked back here beautifully and dropped down. The taunt connects, and Sundera has just given himself a gold lead over Yankins.
Nope. He's about to offer these minions, but he was 400 behind at the time of the question. And actually, by not CSing that, he still doesn't have a gold lead. Point I was getting to was the fact that the jungle and the support are the two gold leads possessed by 752, which is not what you want.
Not what
It's
you want at all.
Tristana. 1,000 gold up on the Orianna at this point. The Veigar, 600 gold up.
Yeah.
Jungle, it's okay, but as Xin Zhao's utility outdoes a Lee Sin's 5 out of 5 weekdays. They are not complaining.
But the thing is, Villains hasn't really been able to flex that gold lead at any point. Still only sat on 2 kills, the only 2 kills for BSE. And they picked those up several minutes ago. We see now the Rift Herald being started up by 752.
It's okay to die for
is
this.
in the area. It is okay to die for this. The Stand United is available, so they could go for the fight if they want to. Shockwave here, only landing onto 2. The Shen ultimate popped, and Yankins is just going to be falling again. As there goes the taunt from the Galio, landing onto 4 people on the other side of the fight. That's absolutely huge. The Crescent Guard to run away is not the way you want to use it. Sundera taunts forward, gets bopped back as off-meta jungler dives onto Goop, but will not find him. Gets another kill. The Shen does finally drop, but the fight is not going in BSE's favor.
A marvelous 4-person taunt to completely cut off any chance of a collapse from BSE. Flash, give yourself a pat on the back after that one, then throwing in the ultimate as well to save your Orianna from dying to the Xin. Can't complain. This player has got better and better with every game of the series, and I would definitely put them forward for MVP if they take this game. But it is not over yet. It is not decided yet, because I was alluding to the gold lead over to BSE. It's 1,000 now for 752, but the thing is, they don't have the scaling advantage.
Oh.
They need to get this dragon to at least keep themselves active. If you lose this, that's 10 minutes. 10 minutes makes a lot of difference to a Veigar and a Tristana.
Yeah, and BSC are the ones in the area first. Sundera isn't going to have access to the Stand United either, so that huge cooldown, that huge ultimate to defend one member of your team won't be available. Neither will the heroic entrance, so all of these big tools that 752 need in order to win fights aren't going to be there for them. 15 seconds until this Drake spawns, and it pretty much looks like guaranteed for BSE.
Do have the teleport available for Sundera if they want to come down. They are going, but they
they
haven't
are.
spent their money yet.
Yeah, they're basically no one here as they went right onto a ward and are going to get shut down immediately. That's huge for Villains, and that's huge for BSE as they get all the priority over onto this Drake.
It's rare that I commend the directed cam, but that was very, very good. That was a good bait.
As Yankins is going further forwards, and 752, they've had 1 steal previously, and it proved to be very, very important, but it looks like they're not going to be able to get a second. And that, like you mentioned earlier, is 10 more minutes for the Eagles to scale up, for these carries to get even scarier.
The cool, collected squad. They played double enchanter in the tank line and just won over the course of a game. This time, they don't have the same kind of comp, but they definitely have the ability to put their feet up on the desk and say, Veigar, take me away, scale up, get that AP. Let's start doing some AP check-ins. After he's done his purchase in here, they have got 251 ability power. We'll tune into that every couple minutes just to see how the game progresses, as Goob has TP'd in to kill Villance.
Oh, but Villance doesn't want to die here. Still has the flash available and uses it absolutely perfectly to dodge away from the shockwave. The response TP comes out from Yankins, who gets stunned up by a brilliant enchanted crystal arrow. Somehow no one dies on the bot side.
Ratboy with the save right there. I can tell you they're the ADC, but that is a support quality move right there. Managing to get both of them out of what looked like it should have been a kill both ways at the end of the day. And we didn't really bring attention to it because, well, frankly, the bot lane was not the most important area. With Sendash, this is very good into the bot lane.
Yep.
Does not do much into Tristana, does not do much into Xin Zhao. It's that double threat that we were talking about earlier. One way you build armor, and you lose the bot lane. One way you build MR, and you lose to the mid jungle. No matter what happens, you try something, and Yankins kills himself to get in your way, and you are very upset. So, advancing this game now, we have the Baron on the map. Veigar, not as good at clearing the Baron minions as the Anivia was.
Yeah, so if 752 were able to pick that one up, would be a massive boom for them. But currently, Ratboy is looking anemic on this ADC. The Wits End is not going to be doing much against the Tristana, and you're 2 levels down on the Veigar, so you don't even have that bonus health to help deal with him. It's looking really, really rough for the 752 ADC now, but they're still in the gold advantage. If Saros is able to continue to make plays on this Lee Sin, if they're able to continue to find excellent shotwaves, if Flash can keep doing his thing on the Galio, then ultimately it doesn't matter. Bot lane tower surviving on a slither of HP, that's going to be going down on the next wave. Baron is now on the table. Infernal Drake spawning in a couple of minutes. A lot to fight around the map.
You want to play a wide map when you have the double TP, including a Shen, including a Galio. Last game, it was globals matched with globals, and that put 752 in the driver's seat. They were able to use the strength that the Blue Sky Eagles comps was meant to have against them. This game, they're the only ones with the global presence. Can they use it fully?
Oh, they're diving immediately here onto Lee Sin. That's double globals used immediately, but the Devourer is absolutely clutch. It's 1, 2, 3 ultimates used to gain absolutely nothing. Yankins is a little bit far forward, though, as Valiant's diving onto Sundra. You can't block the auto attack, so you run away from the shield. The Ignite is popped as well. Unstoppable on the Tristana. 1v1s the Shen with ease. As Offman's Juggler is diving into the enemy team, as is Yankins. The Event Horizon comes up, but flashed away from by Flash. The Flash finally connects onto Ratboy, but he cleanses it away absolutely brilliantly. The ultimate from the Veigar shuts down the Lee Sin. The damage isn't quite there from 752. Off Juggler with a huge Gore Trigger proc. Another Event Horizon, but it's not quite landed the stuns. Ratboy is still alive, but he doesn't have the damage. Yankins licking him together.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Whoa, it's a triple kill for Arne. Make that a quadra kill. And BSE find the fight.
They are going to secure that through all of the adversity of the ultimates. Yankins, with that Devour, wastes 3 global ults. The Ash Arrow, the Shen, the Galio. And the biggest part about that is not only the fight that ensued, the fact that in the side lane, Villat's picked up the solo kill, and with that dragon spawning in 30 seconds, Middlecott, the Ash ult is the only one of them that will be up in time. The Galio and the Shen will not have R for this anymore. It is going to make the options of playing this fight slim to none. If we do not have Saros get a Lee Sin steal with the jump over the wall, with the execute, then I think this might be the beginning of the end for our blue team.
But they are not going to go down without a fight. Sonic Wave connecting here onto the Town Kench. Infernal Drake has spawned, is on the Rift. If 752 pick this one up, they would be on Infernal Soul Point. But it is so much more AD and AP for BSE. It's going to be a Town Kench going in, landing immediately onto Lee Sin. Red team does pick up the Drake, but they don't want to take part in the fight after. They need to spend their gold. They need to get out. And it looks like 752 are going to let them.
The Event Horizon just too big. It blocks off the entire area that Saros wanted to steal that objective with. They weren't able to access it. They'll be able to collect a Condolence Tower in the mid lane. But the question is, will they be counter-attacked for it? Because now, look at the inventories. That is a Void Staff picked up. That is the majority of a third item picked up for the Tristan now. And they are chasing you down. You do not have the resources. You don't have the stats to fight them. It's only a 2k gold lead, but double Infernal? When you have this insane of a Trist, this insane of a Veigar? 10 minutes ago, I told you Veigar's AP. Now it is 395. Considering they only bought 1 item since then, it's a pretty significant increase of a good 150 on top of that.
pretty disgusting. We see mid lane priority now picked up for BSE. Now that gold, it's not insurmountable. If you can get a pick onto Arnie, if you can get a pick onto Villains, it's still possible, but both of them deathless. I asked you if Villains is going to die this game. He's proving you wrong thus far, grabbing the red buff for himself. So close to that Lord Dominic's regard, where he's going to start absolutely shredding through Sunder, shredding through Flash like he isn't already.
Difference between Ratboy and Villance is when Ratboy knew they were going to get dived on, knew their only way to lose was to die. They went second item GA on Avaris.
Yeah.
Villance, they have the confidence and I would say the arrogance to carry. Can they execute on it?
Oh, that's going to be the Shen ultimate, but a beautiful event horizon comes out, and now Ratboy is caught out a little bit, pops into the stasis, goes off meta jungler, he gets devoured up by Yankins, and somehow the Xin Zhao is still alive. Dark Binding landing onto Sunderer as well, but here comes the re-engage from Yankins. Ratboy is on 40% HP. That's a very big taunt. Once again, the shockwave is big as well. And how do they keep doing it? 7-5-2, always out team fight, but Valance might be looking to change that. Yankins flashes backwards. The event horizon doesn't come out in time, and he's 1v1ing the Lee Sin, trying to do as much damage as he can. The ignite is on him. It's ticking down. Sunderer will fall. Valance is dominating. Is he going to rocket jump forward? No, he is not. They know that they can't find the chase, but somehow turn the fight around.
That went far better than it had any right to, and it's
no way.
Flash. No, they can't. It's a reset. It's a reset. We have a moment, Middlecott. We have a brief moment. It's just going to be collecting whatever you can, the scraps, and then getting back on the map, because this Baron is available, and that Tristana Vigar will tear it down. You don't have the same option. This Ashe only just picked up the Immortal Shield Bow. That is so much of the damage that this ADC would like to have. The Wit's End, the biggest issue with it is, yeah, it helps you safe, it helps you kite, it helps you with magic damage champions, but it lowers your DPS exponentially.
Yeah.
The whole origin of this build was that tank Cogmore, and it's great, but it doesn't come online until 3 items effectively.
As Valance is on 3 items and is well and truly online. Nearly hit that level 16 point as well. Even more damage on the Buster shot as Ratboy. This is a tale of 2 ADCs, one that's had resources, one that's had kills, and one that really hasn't. Spotting members of 752 in the bottom side of the map.
It's gone.
BSE are just going to be starting this one up. There is no vision. Here comes the Hawk shot, but it is way too late. Already
Globals
down to 4,000. Globals aren't going to come through in time, and this is a free Baron going over to BSE.
And nobody's even chunked out. Normally, you would be able to collapse on a Baron like that and be able to kill the members. The thing is, if they can't secure some kind of pick before this dragon, it's gone. And the worst part for them is on an Infernal Rift. Picks are near impossible because there's nowhere to hide.
Nowhere to hide indeed, and you've still got time for BSE to get back out onto the map. Only 30 seconds until the Drake spawns. Flash going in with the double taunt onto Yankins, cancelling the dash forward. Dark Binding goes wide. Ubot, he's able to get the one-person shockwave, but traded for the Devour. You're going to be saying worth every single time. Flash with the fancy feet, dodging away from basically everything. And they're buying time for themselves, but here goes a Time Cage into the backline. And the taunt is going to come out as well, landing onto Yankin, but it doesn't do enough. Villains is absolutely godlike. He just stretched through them like paper. Ratboy is getting splatted, boy, by Villains is on the backside. The Lee Sin will fall as well. It's a 4-for-1, and it's going to be another Drake for BSE.
Middlecott, I have to imagine that this will be our semi-finalist moving forward at the end of the day. 3 Infernals on this Tristana, 3 Infernals on this Vigar. They are beyond broken at this point. The Tristana has more AD than Goob has AP, and they are not going to get to use it here.
Oh, they're just diving onto the Orianna with impunity. A legendary kill for the Tristana, and they might just take out Flash as well. Taco chooses not to go forward. A little bit of restraint from the Xin Zhao.
Okay. We said that you get outscaled. This Vigar Trist, it only gets worse.
Only
The
gets worse.
one silver lining I can tell you right now, I'm waiting until Vigar leaves space to commit to this sentence. They haven't built anything defensive. The
Yeah.
issue is, they don't need to. You don't need to build QSS when you have a Morgana. You don't need to build Zhonya's when you have a Tahm Kench. And this is the glory of the comp. They never needed to itemize into defense.
Yeah.
Because they're just playing with it.
As we see, Saras is very far forward. Delka able to land the Dark Binding. No follow-up quite yet, as that's a very interesting blast cone there. Diving forward here onto off-meta jungler. The taunt is going to be landing as well, but the Jin Zhao is very tanky. Stunned up, though. Devoured. Teleports coming in. Delka is just absolutely fine, as Flash completely isn't. 3 people with the Soul Shackles. They're just jumping forward with no care in the world. Shockwave doesn't even have time to go off, as the Jin Zhao is running forward, picking up a double kill. Flash for the Everfrost on a killing spree, and every single person from 752 is 6 feet under.
The reverse sweep dream for them put to rest as a dream alone. This will be Villance taking a victory lap in the first game, where it looks like they probably won't go deathless. They're playing Tristana. You expect them to dive in and get overzealous, but really proving their stuff here as a reliable carry for the team. The game will not end there, but with 2 inhibitors down and the wave clear of only an Orianna and an Ashe, I do not see them being able to come back from this. We've seen miracles happen in this series, but it's definitely going to need another one if they are to keep it alive.
I mean, you go back to that game 3 where realistically there was 1 hit away for 752 of them potentially not even taking the game.
Would have been a 3-0. It looked like a 3-0. It was...
Yeah.
Every single person was in the base as the 2 Nexus Tower died. And it was only Saros left on their Lee Sin hitting the Nexus to get that last hit. Everybody else had been killed around them. They were on quarter HP, no GA, nothing. It was going to be over if they could not kill the base. They did it. This game, they need to find another miracle.
As they might need a miracle to get out of this one. Gets devoured up, spat into the event horizon. Another kill for the Tristana. Knock-up landing here onto Flash, who is taken down again. Honestly, just disgusting amounts of damage at this point.
All right, middle court. I feel like this will be the last time I say it. First one was 250 at, I believe it was 15 minutes AP on the Vigar. Then, somewhere about 25 minutes, it was 400 AP. We have 32 minutes in the game, and Vigar has 900 ability power.
It's kind of disgusting at this point, as the tower just falls with complete ease. Yankee going into the back line knows he is absolutely fine. It's all about crossing your T's, dotting your I's now for BSE. The Dark Binding connecting onto the Shen, going further forward with the Event Horizon. That's meant to be a tank, by the way, blown up so quickly. Ratboy cutting away. The Shockwave is good, but you should have done that 10 minutes ago, man. Finally able to shut down Villains. He will not go deathless this game, but I don't think he will care. BSE stop the reverse sweep and head to the semi-finals.
A valiant, beyond valiant, miraculous effort from 752 to take us to a Game 5, but it was decided in Game 3. Blue Sky Eagles only needed to win 1 out of 3 games to take the series, and they did it in the latter half. Looked dangerous, looked like they had lost it, but they found their feet again. They steadied themselves. Take this game decisively.
And what a way to do it after looking so honestly shaky in game 3 and game 4, looking like they didn't know what to do. The decisiveness of this performance from Villains, from Amray, made me think that I was watching game 1 all over again. There was so much aggression, there was so much sure-footedness, and they were able to execute consistently. Obviously, for 752, this is gonna hurt to lose like this.
Miserations for certain.
Yeah.
Flash, you tried your darndest, but definitely nobody goes home without fault. That's the thing when you look at a series like this. Everybody, when there are 5 games between them, can look back and go, I could have done that. I should have done this. I could have locked in that champion.
Yeah.
But I think we're ready for an interview, Middlecott.
Yeah, we are going to be speaking with off-meta jungler and Dalaka from the victorious Blue Sky Eagles. I'm going to come to you first, off-meta jungler. What a series, man!
I don't know. I feel like we saw in game 1 and 2, and then game 3 and 4 we kind of lost tempo. In game 5 we just picked it since our guy.
Zinzao
Yeah.
the problem then? Was that really what was keeping it down?
Yeah, since I was a broken jungler. You can build every single item. You still win.
You seem to. I seem to recall you in game one. I believe it was game one, building the demonic embrace on the Jun Xiao. Is there any particular reason that you chose to go for that item?
For fun. I don't know. It just seemed like a fun item. I was like scrolling through the shop and I just had enough gold for demonic. I was like,
Oh man.
Maybe I should buy it.
Yeah. So it feels like maybe you guys were a little bit cocky after those first two games, and then with game three, with the ending being as close as it was, literally one person alive on 1 HP, last hitting the Nexus. How are you feeling at that point?
After the loss,
Yeah.
it's fine, I guess. I
I mean,
mistakes happen. We were just out of comfort zone, I guess.
yeah, we probably didn't draft as good as we should have done it. And sure, of course, it was a bit frustrating, but it's how it is. Yeah, like you can't draft well every game, so you kind of have like put your stuff together so you can get your mind clear for the next games. We probably haven't been able to do that until game 5, but
Yeah.
then we kind of did it.
Okay, so I think that brings me over to Daleka then. On that subject of drafting, watching the series, I gave you draft advantage in 4 out of 5 of the games, if I recall correctly. And question goes to, firstly, who does the drafting for your team? Is it a group effort, that kind of thing? And was it you that brought the Sona to the table? Because that pick warped the game in the first two.
I think like we had Sona in mind since a while, but she got the new changes, and
Mm.
I just played her a bit more, and then we was like, yeah, we could play her. We tried it out since we never played in any game before, and it worked perfectly fine.
Mm.
So like, of course, like we have one person who like kind of leads the draft, but in general, it's a team effort of the draft.
Yeah, and then it's quite interesting looking at just the picks that you guys can play, because Valence and Amri have very interesting champion pools. I don't think I've seen someone who is assigned the bot lane role play less ADCs. Do you feel like that gives you an advantage when it comes to drafting against these teams?
It's definitely unusual. Some
Mm.
teams maybe don't know how to draft against that, but I think some older teams or some people who know us since last split probably got their way to kind of know what to play against us. Makes just a bit more interesting. It's still a different play style than most
Mm.
of the teams have, so it maybe gives us a little advantage. It's just
So,
like a general thought.
I like that. I like that a lot. And we did see 3 Tom Kench top lane victories this game, with the obvious addition of the Morgana in the last one. This dual threat, dual protector comp seemed effectively unbeatable, whether it be the Seraphine plus Sona, whether it be Tom Kench plus the Morgana. When you're looking for this card draft, is it those core pieces you're putting together first, or is it more about the carries that you supplement it with? Because you went from Vigar plus Tristana all the way back, trying to think of the first games. They were completely different. Things like the Ezreal on the table. It's who wants the priority on your team, considering that we saw in that last game, Valence with a bit of a lead. They definitely generated for themselves. They got ganked, managed to get the kill, get out with double buffs, and pretty much carried the game from there.
I think like in game 3, we tried to go hyperscale
Mm.
with like Kindred in the jungle and Senna on bot lane. And it showed like we had no damage, we couldn't contest anything. So we kind of went for like a line between scaling and still being able to do something early game where Tristana is like a good choice. and we were lacking in like DPS. So Tristana was the best choice here. Vega was like mainly to kind of keep the Listen away, like to or the Galio as well, because it does not allows them to really engage on us. So I just played Morgana because it worked against Listen, it worked against Galio, it works against Ashe Arrow. It's like Morgana was so versatile in that game, and it's like protecting mid lane and AD carry, but it's not like sometimes also about protecting jungle. It's like just how the game goes. I think it's about adapting. You can't really throw a plan in the first 5 minutes. Like you have to wait who gets really like who is well in the game or like who could have the best scaling. But Morgana is always a nice pick into many engaged comps. So
yeah, it felt like it felt like there were so many times in the course of that series that one of the teams would pull up a just a singular pick where you go, hold on, this completely neutralizes a lot of the stuff that you want to do. I think 752 pulled out a Silas in one of their wins, and then obviously you guys with the Morgana this game. So Taco, I'm going to come to you. How hungry are you right now, and what do you want to eat for dinner?
So hungry, you don't even know. Holy. Man, I haven't eaten dinner before the game and I regret everything.
Ah, see, that was very silly. What you got lined up then, mate?
I think I got like pork and rice with some vegetables.
Delicious.
Heaven.
Ooh, sounds pretty good, man. Well, gentlemen.
I have to say one thing at the end. I promised to someone. I have to
Oh,
say,
yeah.
Avo, please appreciate your support. You have to love him. Shout out to Crowny.
Right, guys. Well, I don't think I can keep you from some food and some rest much longer, guys. Thank you very much for the interview, and of course, massive congratulations on the win today. Look forward to seeing you guys in the semi-finals.
Same.
Yeah.
Fucking same.
Evidence.
All right, get out of here. Go and get some rest, guys.
Get some
welcome.
food.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for casting. Bye.
All right,
Oh.
Middlecourt. That's a day. That is definitely a day.
Yeah, that was nice, quick 3-0.
Nice quick 3-0 you said to me before the games, and
Oh,
you know what?
man.
I feel like every time somebody has ever said it's going to be a 3-0, they are begging for some karmic force out there to say five-game series every time.
I tell you what, man. I don't regret a single thing.
It was worth it.
That was
It was worth it.
absolutely brilliant series to watch. Absolutely brilliant. Any closing remarks from yourself? Any final thoughts?
Try to think. I would say that 752. It's obviously gutting to lose like that, but
Yeah.
putting on that card performance, I hope that you can go back and watch the VOD and have a good time, because we definitely had a good time watching
Yeah.
it. I'm sure all the viewers had a good time watching it. I have never seen such a story generated in a series.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that you only get with best of fives, and the fact that you got here in the first place is obviously great. I know it's still commiserations, but well done to everybody that played today, because that was really fun. Congratulations, Blue Sky Eagles. Yeah, that's it. I'm done. Take it away, Middlecourt.
Think I'm pretty much done as well. Thank you very much, Melvin Izzle, for joining me through what can only be described as a beautiful experience. Congratulations, must be said to Blue Sky Eagles, obviously, and commiserations to 752. Shout out to Steven Snake, who has been here producing the stream for the last 5 hours. He's an absolute trooper. Big love going out to him. I've been Middlecourt. We will see you next time.